is that the advances in technology over the last 50 years are due to the crash of an alien spaceship in 1947, and that he had the debris from this craft. And he gave pieces of it to various laboratories and research institutes, and they came up with lasers, fiber optics, and integrated computer chips.
The patents you just reviewed are only a few that one has to ask themselves, where did such complex, outrageous ideas come from? February 2nd, 1998. Colonel Philip J. Corso, member of President Eisenhower's National Security Council and former head of the Foreign Technology Desk in the U.S. Army, has come forward in this conference titled At the Ranch to explain to the public how he spearheaded the Army's reverse engineering project that led to today's integrated circuit chips, fiber optics, lasers, and super tenacity fibers, and seeded the Roswell alien technology to giants of American industry.
The book that he wrote, The Day After Roswell, it's on back order here. We'll be getting it later this week. It's a wonderful book that is the first book to come out in the UFO field to tell some hard evidence of what has happened from Roswell and after Roswell, and how the alien technology was used. Colonel Corso has a very distinguished military career that I've actually told them about already. I warmed them up and gave them a lot of information about you already. And one of the things that I was most impressed with when I met him, not far from his home, was that when we left to say goodbye, he got into a car that I wasn't sure was really his. It was a purple Firebird. He says to me, his family thinks he's crazy, 80 years old, and he went out to buy a purple Firebird.
Yeah. I will tell him, I wanted a younger man's car, not an old man's car.
Exactly. He said to me, if I can drive a tank, then I can drive a purple Firebird. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you a very distinguished man, Colonel Philip J. Corso.
Well, the first thing I want to tell you when I look at this audience, I'm really proud to be here. Now, I don't speak from a prepared text, and I want you to ask me questions. I want you to guide me. Tell me what you want to know. I'll try to answer your questions. A lot I can't answer because this subject, I don't know the answers to a lot of things. But I will try the best, and I want you to ask me questions. Don't worry about losing my trend of thought. I will stop and answer your questions if I can. And I always do that. I don't like to get up here and run the show. I want you, it's your show. And really, all of you remind me of one of the proud things I've done in my life The Army saw fit to give me command of a combat battalion, 1,500 men. Average age of those boys was 19 and a half, even with no codger like me in command. And I used to sit them in the field, just like you're sitting here. And I was proud of those boys. And this reminds me almost of that. All of you sitting there. And I know this subject here, a lot of people say, well, thank you, you had the courage to write it. It didn't take courage. My own grandchildren, my nephew, who was a research director of a corporation, he said, please, Uncle Phil, tell us. We want to know. And that influenced me. No one has ever told me not to talk. I did this book, and I speak here on my own free will. No one has told me what to talk or what to say. I tell you the truth as I know it. And I want you to help me by asking questions. Now, I will start at the beginning almost. My first experience, when I came back from World War II, and I was Chief of Security and Intelligence of Rome Area Command at the time, I was sent to the Pentagon. I didn't like it, so I asked for another assignment. So they sent me to Fort Riley, Kansas. And it was a good tour. First time in my life I'd had garrison tour. Before that, I was always in the combat area. So while I was there, one night I was the post-duty officer. That meant that I was in charge that night, and I was responsible for the guards. So I went down, we had still had horses then, I went down to the veterinarian area, and I was told in my instructions that there was a sensitive area down there. So I went down, and one of the sergeants I knew real well, who was the Army champion of bowling, I used to bowl with him, and he was a sergeant of the guard. And I went to inspect the guard, and he asked me, he said, Colonel, you want to see something? I told him, well, this is a pretty sensitive area. Yes, what do you have? So he took me in the back room, and there was 6 crates there. And so I had my flashlight, and I turned it on the crates, and I lifted the tarpaulin one, and I was a little stunned because I saw a body in there. I thought at first it was a child, but then I looked closer, and I saw the oversized head. Not a great big head. For the body, it was big. And I saw the eyes. And immediately, I realized what it was. It had long arms, long fingers, 4 on each hand, and it had like a skin-tight suit on. And it was floating in some sort of liquid. And they were on their way to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and they'd come from New Mexico. The drivers told my sergeant. It was an alien extraterrestrial in there that I saw. Now, I looked at it maybe, I'm telling you all this, but not even as long as I took to describe it to you, only about 10 or 15 seconds. And then I just let it pass. I figured I'm an intelligence officer, so maybe someday later in the future I'll be able to corroborate this, what this is and what it was. And I promptly forgot about it. Then 10 years passed. Right after that, soon after that, I ended up, another war started in Korea. It took off right at the beginning, and I was pretty busy for the next 3 years. Then I ended up at Panmunjom. I was a member of the truth delegation. And I met our prisoners as they were being exchanged, and I've testified in front of Congress 3 times on the missing prisoners of war. Maybe some of you saw me. I was on prime time in 2020. They wanted to know about the prisoner. Actually, on MacArthur's staff, I was in charge of the missing prisoners of war in the enemy territory. And then I came back from the Korean War, and I got assigned to the White House, which was sort of a surprise. The special assistant of the president sent for me, and I became a member of the White House staff, National Security Council under President Eisenhower. And I was there for 4 years. I handled prisoner of war things, Evans, flying saucer reports. They knew about it. President Eisenhower knew about it. I discussed it with him. And I had every clearance that you could have. I had 9 in addition to top secret. And I was actually on the National Security Council. And I stayed there 4 years. I was supposed to go for 3 years, but they extended me a year, so I stayed 4. At the end of the 4th year, I received orders to take command of the Army missile firing range at White Sands in New Mexico. And I took command of this range. But first, an order appears from the Secretary of the Army, Mr. Brucker, extending me the 5th year. So I went to the President, Eisenhower, and I told him, Mr. President, all my life I wanted the major command. Now they've given it to me. But they extended me here for another year. If I stay, that command won't be there next year. Of course, you understand, Mr. President. And he looked at me and smiled. He said, I understand. You get on that phone and call Career Branch. You're taking over your command tomorrow. And he released me. And I ended up at White Sands, New Mexico, right near where the saucer crashed. I commanded the range there for the Army. And I had an experience there which confirmed what I saw. A strange thing happened. Since I was the commander of the base, of the Army base there, not at White Sands, the whole northern area was my area, and I used to fire missiles there. So I took over, and I used to wander around a lot, but the boys thought nothing about it because I used to wander around in my Jeep and command in the desert. Well, one day I got a little angry with White Sands. They were experimenting on the Polaris missile, so they were holding me up. I couldn't fire my missiles. And I told the general at Fort Bliss, why don't we move out here and make our own base? So this continues. So one day I took off in my Jeep, and by the way, I've never told this story in public, and I'm going to tell you now. Because as I look at you, I think you want to hear this. So I took my Jeep and I went downrange, a little angry at White Sands because I had 400 men doing nothing. I couldn't fire till they gave me what we called green time. So I was wandering around downrange, and I decided my boys, my sergeants had showed me an abandoned gold mine that was on the range. And there was this gold mine, had water trickling out, and deer and antelope and even rattlesnakes used to come there because of the water. And people don't realize that the desert is full of life. There's a lot of animals, herds of deer, antelope. In fact, my men adopted the burro, and I wasn't allowed to keep him because the Maverick laws in New Mexico say you can't keep wildlife. So I wrote to the governor, darn if he didn't come out with an entourage, flew out, newspapermen and all, and gave us permission to keep the burro, the little donkey. So it belonged to us from then on. Well, he grew up pretty big. Then he used to come to the officers club and bray, so we had to get out and give him a cigarette to eat and a glass of beer to drink. And then, when this was a burro, and then he'd leave. But and every VIP day, which was Thursday when we'd had people, we'd fire missiles for him, he would disappear. And the boys would have to get in their Jeeps and go catch him. And the reason he disappeared, we had a red blanket we put on him with a Nike missile on it, and he didn't like that blanket, so he'd run down the desert. And they'd go catch him and bring him back. And he was a little unhappy. In fact, the boys used to tell me, Colonel, be careful. If you get behind him, he'll kick you, and if you get in the front, he'll bite you. And he did one day. He grabbed my uniform. But later on, I made friends with him, I think. And we had this burro. So going back to where I was, and I was going downrange in my Jeep. And I figured, I'm going to the gold mine. It's 110 degrees out here. At least it's cool in there. So I went in the gold mine, walked in, I sat there. And it was cool, so I dozed off. Then as I was dozing off all at once, I reached down and lifted the flap on my 45. I pulled it out, and I pulled the safety off, and I rolled over. And there was something in the corner. Something was draped around the shoulders. And I looked, I figured, what is this, a rattlesnake curled up? But if I fire this pistol in this cave, ricochets might get me, so I better not. And at that moment, I heard something. Something came in my head that said, don't. And then I got the real surprise. So when I heard don't, I figured, what is that thing there? It had a helmet on, like glass, that was transparent, a band around its head with the thing in the middle. So I answered, I said, friend or foe? What are you? And then I get an answer back which really shocked me. I asked him, friend or foe? And the answer came back, remember, this was all mental telepathy, because the aliens have no vocal cords. So the answer came back, and the answer was neither. So now, remember, I was a soldier. I think in terms of the enemy. But this thing answered me, whatever it was, said neither. So that started me thinking, am I hallucinating here or going crazy? I'm supposed to be a pretty level-headed commander. So all at once I hear, will you give me 10 minutes radar downtime? And then I got confused. I figured, I'm the only man that can give that order. Did this thing know I was here? No one else can give that order but me. And it asked me. So, typical human being, I was thinking in my mind, if I give that order, what's in it for me? So, that's a typical human reaction. So I said, what do you offer? I didn't say what's in it for me. I said, what do you offer? Because the other was two stupid human being words. So finally I got the answer back, which I still don't know what it means. I asked Whitley Strieber, who wrote Communion, what it means. He gave me 3 different answers. This happened in 1957. The answer came back to me. What was his offer? The offer was this: a new world if you can take it. Now, and I thought, what does that mean? What is that he's offering me? So at that stage, I put my 45 back in the holster, put the safety on, and I went out to my Jeep. And I picked up the radio, and I called Captain Williams, range commander. Told him, Captain, this is Colonel. You get green time from White Sands? He said, yes, it just came through. I'm giving you an order. Keep our radars down for 10 minutes. I repeat, keep our radars down for 10 minutes, and I'm coming in. I'm on my way. So then I turned around, and I see this thing, the light was reflecting off of the water, standing at the cave entrance. And it had a tight-fitting suit on, like the thing I saw in the casket at Fort Riley, not the casket, the box. So I figured he was standing there, and I looked over, and I figured, now what? It's watching me. So I saluted. I went like that. And I took off in my Jeep. And it would take me, I'd say, from where I was in the desert, about 20 minutes to get back. And I gave him, the order was 10 minutes downtime. I had pretty powerful radars. I had radars in those days that the pencil beam would lock on 200 miles out. In fact, if you came in my area and I showed you the missile like newspaper men, I used to tell them, please take the flash bulbs out of your pocket. You can take all the pictures you want, but take the flash, because the moment I turn my radars on, they'll go off in your pocket. They're so powerful. So, Range Headquarters called me. It was about 15 minutes later. He said, stop at E Battery and pick up the tapes. We picked up something on the radar and locked on. It was going over 3,500 miles an hour. I remember it's 1957. There was nothing could travel that fast that we had. So, all at once I hear, I return your salute. And I figured, well, I'm military, and that's a logical thing. I'm imagining this thing. But then they picked up this thing traveling that fast, going out of the area. Then I thought, I wonder if that thing, whatever it was in that flying saucer. I didn't see it. My radars picked it up. And that was, so then I figured, I better forget this. I'm supposed to be a pretty solid type commander. And if I report this to high headquarters, who doesn't want to hear it anyway, I might get tabbed as a kook. And after all, I had orders to take over command of the 1st Missile Battalion going to Germany that had atomic warheads. And I was made Air Defense Commander of Southern Germany when I went over there. And I don't want to jeopardize that. So I didn't report it to anybody or say anything about it. Till now. I didn't even write this in the book. So, in the meantime, I meet Jacques Vallée. Maybe you've heard of him. He's one of the, I think, top authorities on UFOs. Brilliant man. The movie Close Encounters, he was the man, the Frenchman, who was guiding everything. So I met Jacques Vallée, and I told him this story. And Jacques Vallée told me, he said, Colonel, are you an alien? I told him, Jack, you're a pretty brilliant guy. You should know better than ask me that. And then he said, you know they weren't interested in you shutting your radars down. What makes you say that? He said, they were testing you. Do you have any evidence of that? Yes. Where were you 3 years later? Sitting in the Pentagon, I was the Chief of Foreign Technology Division of Army Research and Development, with full authority to give contracts out, and I had all these artifacts. I was actually in charge. He said, what do you think they were driving at? I told him, well, Jack, for want of a better explanation, I'll take your explanation. Maybe he was right, I don't know. But I was in that position, he was right. I had the artifacts, I was responsible for them. Even my critics lately have been looking up my record on the internet. They found out he was really chief of the Foreign Technology Division. And he disappeared for 3 weeks. That was on the internet, and I figured, wouldn't they like to know where I went and what I did? They don't know that, they're so smart, these skeptics, and I answer the skeptics. I say, you shoot your mouth off and you bleat like stuck pigs, and you want to say, show me. If I showed you what we had, you wouldn't know what it was anyway. So don't ask that question. Don't try to pass your stupidity off on me. So I don't answer those critics. They're not worth answering. So I was sitting in the Pentagon, and actually, and then the internet also said, I'll go back to that I left foreign technology and I went up to Plans Division, which was true. I became the general's top assistant. And I was even put on the Army General Staff Corps. And I always thought for a draftee, that's pretty good. I was pretty proud of that, because that's usually reserved for West Pointers and such. And here, I used to take these artifacts, and one day I had them out on my desk. The General Trudeau walked in, head of research and development, and he said, Phil, what do you got there? Looks like your junk pile. And I told him, yes, General, it looks like junk, doesn't it? I had a bundle of wires, a piece of metal about this big, a supercapacitor fiber, a transistor, integrated circuit, and some other items, a little flashlight and things. That I had a little flashlight and thing, and I couldn't get it to come on. And like a typical stupid human, I figured the battery was dead. And it came out of the flying saucer. When I took it to our atomic labs, it came on. I thought I was thinking in human terms that there was a battery in there, and it was dead. There was no battery in there. It had its own power source. I sent that to Fort Monmouth, our laboratories. And the general used to call. He said, yes, Phil, it's your junk pile, but those things could change the world. Now, one thing I want to tell you, though, at this stage of the game, don't think that we were so brilliant and so smart that we knew what we had. We didn't. But we had an instinct that they were valuable, that there was something there. I didn't know what a transistor was. Nobody ever knew what. I didn't know what an integrated circuit was. Yet I was in charge of exploiting these things. And didn't know what I had, really. I had a bunch of wires, fiber optics. They wouldn't blink in colors. When I closed my hand, they started to blink in colors. My own hand activated it. So the general said, Phil, we got to lay plans. This is your file now. And I told him, yes, when I open the drawer, the flying saucers fly in and out. So he said, now what you got to do, take off, go out to visit big industries, our laboratories, and find out who is working along these lines, what I think these things are. So I did. And gradually I started to farm them out in regular research and development projects. We had to cover our tracks because of the climate of opinion. Certain people in the government, Congress, they would have destroyed our budget. They would have tabbed us in kooks and destroyed our organizations. So among the few officers who were in the loop, we kept this to ourselves, no paper trail. As the things went out to industry, I had authority to finance them, I had the organization. I even had German scientists on my team, von Braun's people. Now, little by little, I'll tell you what these things were that we had there. So gradually, these started to go out to industry. But we put certain, now everybody says government cover-up. There was no government cover-up. Because of the situation, we had to keep it quiet among ourselves. No paper trail, only mouth to mouth among officers, all had been in combat, we trusted each other. We were able to cover our tracks and we were able to accomplish a lot. So I had the authority to grant the contracts. The provision was, though, there was one provision in there. Take the items we give you, develop them and use them the way you want. And now, American Computer is suing Bell Laboratories, say we gave them the transistor and they took out patents on it. We didn't care. We couldn't make money. As long as you develop it and give it to American people, we'll finance you. That was our provision, and it worked. Lately, when I wrote to some of them and asked for some documents, they said, remember what your contract read. Send everything back to you. And it was true. The contracts were written that way. So we gave it for the competitive edge of the Army and to give it to the people, the developments. And look what came out of them. Now, let me give you another story at this stage of the game, and I'll get in. I had what we called a supercapacitor fiber. Fiber looked like a piece of string. You couldn't cut it, you couldn't dent it, you couldn't set it on fire, you couldn't do anything with it. And I sent it to the Lincoln Laboratories at MIT. And they looked at it, they said, the atoms are lined in it. They were lined. They weren't helter-skelter. So I started searching around for something that was equal to that, because there was no reference to go back to. This was something, a new science like. So what did we find that the closest thing to this supercapacitor fiber was, and I like to tell this story, the spider web. The spider spins his web atomically aligned. We made flak jackets out of it. And it stopped bullets. You can take the spider's web and you can stretch it for miles and it won't break. Marvelous little thing. So we financed Wyoming University. We gave them a contract to try to clone the spider. They didn't succeed. So we weren't getting enough fibers. So we went to development of the present composites, Kevlar and that. Monsanto and DuPont was given the contracts. I gave the fiber optics to Bell Lab, and also I gave them later the integrated circuit. And now this was one of the first things that we gave out. Then we gave the transistor out. Now, the suit right now, which is bubbling all over the internet, American Computer is accusing Bell Laboratories of getting patents on a transistor when the Army really gave it to them, which we did. And they're threatening to sue them now. They said it belongs to the American people, it didn't belong to you, you took patents out on it, you lied. I was on the Art Bell show not long ago, and they had one of these reverse speeches men on. And he brought that up, that I said in my talk to Art Bell, it came out in reverse speech, which is going to replace a lie detector, they claim, that I said illegal patents. I didn't say that, but on the computer, when he reversed the speech, it came out that way. And they took illegal patents. The integrated circuit, which was the size of a quarter, I gave those to Bell Lab. That was my job to give that out. So, marvelous development started. And we'd watch them. Every time they stowed up, reaching the state of the art and they were stopped, we'd feed them a little more. But as a research and development contract, not as a transistor. They never knew where they came from. And they could take it and use it any way they wanted and develop it, which they did. On the Art Bell show, too, I met the research director of Stanford University lately. And he said, I heard you on the Art Bell show, and it's supposed to reach an audience of about 20 million, they claim. He's on late at night for 3 or 4 hours. I've been on his program twice. And this gentleman told me, he said, I know what you did. When you said artificial life that von Neumann was working on, and Art Bell corrected you, said artificial intelligence, you hemmed and hawed and you didn't correct him. I told him, the only man that possibly caught that could have been you, of all the people who were listening. That's right. I really was talking about artificial life and not artificial intelligence. I had a file from von Neumann, a genius that they accused him of being an alien. He actually was one of the brains behind perfecting the atomic weapon, atomic bombs and things. And he was working on artificial life. And I didn't do anything with that file, and I should have. That file in itself was valuable, but I didn't know enough about artificial life. Now it's coming out, if you've seen it in computers and all. And possibly they'll be able to create an artificial life on computers in the near future. This is a definite possibility, because they're doing it now with geese and animals. And they actually pick up, the computer picks up actually the movements and how the ducks and so forth fly in the air and react. So I really did nothing with that when I should have. Then lately I wrote to a scientist and I sent him a thing that I wrote in my handwriting on fiber optics. We developed that through Bell Laboratory. And the scientist called me back. He runs Institute of Advanced Studies in Austin, Texas. He said, Phil, I looked over this fiber optics. Well, you know a lot about fiber optics. He said, this little thing you wrote for me is really something. I told him, you think so, Hal? He said, yes. Glad you sent it to me. Now, I'm going to give you the surprise. I didn't write that now. Put the date on it. The date that was written was 1961. And he said, it can't be. I told him, it is. No. I wrote that in 1961 when we were starting on fiber optics. Now look what happens. The telephone lines, the fiber, and I didn't know what we had. I didn't know whether it was wires, tubes, or what it was when I had those in my hand. So what I tell you, don't think for a minute that we knew everything we had. We didn't. The Army in those days, it was fluid hydrodynamics.
Some people are having trouble hearing. You gotta carry your hands
Okay. I have to hold the napkin like Pavarotti does in my hands.
Just speak up a little.
Yeah. So we perfected the first heart pump, 1961. The Army perfected laser cataracts, 1961. We made the first respirator. I talked to Senator Glenn one day and I showed him a photograph of a little cart we made that ran on water. He wanted a picture of it. We also, in those days, it's in the book, there's 50 pages in the book, we worked out on instructions from the general what we called Project Horizon. Project Horizon was to put a military colony on the moon against all enemies. And of course we told Congress, a lot of times there was a lot of stupidity there, and we made them think that we were perfecting this against the communists and the Russians, when really it was aimed at the extraterrestrials. And Project Horizon, there's 50 pages in the book, it was really 310 pages long. I went to see Senator Glenn, and he insisted I gave it to him. I had to give him my only copy that I had at the time. And I knew about that project because I declassified it. Recently, a scientist that I know gave a copy of that to the NASA board of directors, and they were shocked. They never knew such a thing existed in 1959. And if you read the book, there's 50 pages on the back, because the book, we couldn't put the whole 310 pages in. And that was the beginning of all this, and the development started to come out of this. For example, my grandchildren, the oldest one is 15, I have a computer at home, and the internet's on it and everything, the copier and all. And I told my son, isn't it strange? I told him, I'm the one that possibly had the biggest hand in developing that thing. And I don't even know how to turn it on. and my own grandchildren, 9 years old and 12 and 15, turn it on and work. I taught in school. And maybe I'm the one that made it, and General Trudeau said the things we did, Phil, might change the world. That computer existed because we put out the transistors and integrated circuit. Now look what it's doing. And the brain, the great brain, doesn't even know how to turn it on and push the switches. And my grandchildren laugh at that when I tell them that. I tell them, well, that wasn't my job to work it. Somebody else does that. But now, the bad part. 50 years have passed, almost since then. Well, really, almost 40 years. But as I'm looking at this thing now, the way we operated, when we saw that development was slowing down, we fed more information in. Now, as I look at the computers and the chips, the integrated circuits, unfortunately, they're reaching the end of the line. If I was still in charge, I would put a little infusion in there if I had it, to get them moving in the right direction. Maybe they'll give us another chance. Maybe they'll give us another saucer. And I don't know, I never figured it out, whether they gave us these developments and these saucers by design or by chance. We didn't care. We had them. That was the main thing. And we used them. And we were able to bring some great developments in the world. Even the MRI machines that you see in hospitals. We started that with microprocessors and so forth. and it's developing. But one day the general called me and he said, Phil, in 5 years, we did what should have taken 250 years. Will we have to wait another 250 years? I hope not, because I'm 82 years old, I'm passing by, but all of you are young yet. You want these developments to continue. And I hope they will, and I think they will. And I just told the people here, something will happen. There'll be another crash, by chance or design, I don't know. But I think it'll happen again. We will get the future. It'll be in there. And there was one great mistake, though, that I made, and I have to blame myself. The greatest gift that they gave us was not the artifacts, because I was a type of person, when I got the artifacts, my profession was military. So when I took these artifacts, the main movement was towards the competitive edge of the Army. That meant that I took these artifacts, and the main effort was to develop weapons of destruction. And I look back, that was wrong. The greatest gift they gave us, we missed out on. They gave us an alien body, a wonderful thing. Now I'm trying to recollect everything I know about that, the autopsies that were made at Walter Reed, our laboratory, and recreate this thing. Could we duplicate it? A wonderful thing, a clone, a humanoid clone, but built for a specific purpose, to travel in space. Man can't travel in space today. Our astronauts, they stay up there more than a month or so, their bones deteriorate, their muscles deteriorate, their immune system goes haywire, their sense of balance goes off, the heart enlarges, blood pressure goes down, they get disoriented, and some of them, their brain has been affected. Because zero gravity and all are things that we haven't solved yet. So the big mistake is I actually have to blame myself almost. And I'll tell you young people is, I should have made I had the money, the talent, the organization. I should have taken that extraterrestrial and started a research project, #1 priority. We didn't do it. We lost out on it. And people say, you can't blame yourself. I have to blame myself. I was in charge. Why didn't I do it? So maybe it wasn't time yet. That's no excuse. I should have done it. So now it has to be done. That extraterrestrial can travel in space. We can't. NASA's spending all this money, but man can't travel in space, unfortunately. We can't explore the heavens. No. Well, this is the beginning of all this. I got a lot more to tell you. But start asking me questions. You surely want to know more than I've told you.
Hey, Colonel, can you tell us a little bit more about what you saw about the alien physiology?
About the alien?
Alien physiology?
No, what, on the alien, the way he was built?
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about their bodies and how they were different and all that?
Sure. So I figured one day to make up my shortcoming and where I was remiss, I have to start getting in my head everything that I learned about the alien. When I had the reports, autopsy reports from Walter Reed, our laboratory we financed, they had to do what we told them to do. I had to put all this together in my head. And from that, I have to reverse intelligence. I learned intelligence very fortunate when I was a lieutenant. I was sent to London, and I was picked up by British MI-19, one of their oldest intelligence outfits. They were experts. And they taught me intelligence, a very fortunate thing for me. And I was very lucky about that. And they sent me to Cambridge for 3 weeks. I can stand up here and brag it, I went to Cambridge. And I went there because the British had a saying, our green is our ally. But later they said, you learned fast, and you outdid us in a lot of areas. Now the British intelligence works a little different than ours. We go after targets and things, but the British intelligence goes after intentions. What's the enemy's intention? So when I started on this extraterrestrial body, recollection, the starting point is the intention. Why did his creators or the cloners do? What intention they have of this thing that they made? He's not in the sense the clone like we talk about clones and this thing in the sheep now of creation and they'll live forever. The extraterrestrial was not that at all. And we gave it the name extraterrestrial biological entity is what it is. So when I start putting this together and I reverse engineered it, or intelligent, and I went through the whole body like Evel's asked me to do. The brain, for example, there's 4 lobes there. We only have 2. There was no communication devices in this flying saucer. There was no food. There was no water. There was no toilet facilities. There was no oxygen. And the general even asked me this, like, God, Phil, you reverse engineered this, what's not in there, how they survive, how they live. Tesla gave us the clue. The electromagnetic beings, they propagate by electronic magnetism. The flying saucers are an environment that's enclosed in an electronic element. We've never been able to fly a flying saucer. We've never been able, and we just had this discussion, because the extraterrestrial is part of the flying saucer. He's the brain. He's the guidance system. He's part of it. He controls that by his fingers. Each fingertip of ours has 8,000 nerve ends to it. His brain has a different windings. He had a brain implant, which his creators programmed. And he supplied the energy for the flying saucer. So every time we tried to fly this flying saucer, the Germans had one, they crash. Because we make the mistake of what we called product improvement, not research and development. And you can't start to take an airplane and improve it to put it in space. It won't work. This is a new science, a different science. And the extraterrestrials were built with that specific purpose. The one lobe is the brain of the flying saucer. It's programmed by his superiors. The other is a communication system. There's no communications in the flying saucer. Well, they communicate through the other lobe. The 2 rear lobes are like ours, body functions and so forth. So the key to the flying saucer is the extraterrestrial. Now, instead of me getting all these letters I got from the general public, and I have hundreds of letters at home, and they're piling up, I haven't had time to answer them. And I'll have to answer them because these were good people writing to me. And now it's changing. Instead of me getting letters from the general public, scientists are starting to call me. They saw in the book that the extraterrestrial was part of the flying saucer. They were all one. Now, Burt Rutan, the big designer that flew around the world, he came to my house special, all the way from Mojave Desert, California. Spoke to him for 7 hours. He wants to be the first civilian in space. You can't do it by building airplanes, what you're building, to take somebody in space. Can't be done. This is a new science, and we treat it as product improvement. It isn't. You can't do that. So, for example, one simple thing. The extraterrestrial had no hair. figured his creator has hair. Why didn't they give him hair? He didn't need it. Also, hair is a bother. Little hairs come loose, dandruff comes off. It can foul up your electronic equipment. He didn't need hair. So his creators didn't give him any hair. He didn't need any ears. He doesn't have to hear. He doesn't have to collect sound. He gets his instructions through programming of the brain and mental telepathy. He has no nose. He doesn't breathe oxygen. There's no oxygen in that thing. What's he breathe? We don't know. There was a funny smell in the flying saucer. He breathes something. I don't know what it is. He only has two holes. He has no mouth. He doesn't eat. He doesn't need to. Lately, I talked to my doctor. He operated on me not too long ago. Actually, 2 years ago, I had a serious thing in my stomach, and he saved my life. I talked to my doctor, and he said, well, Phil, how do they propagate? I told him, well, Doc, take a look at us. We're human beings. What if we don't eat get any nourishment? What happens? We die and fade away. Exactly what happens to them. You take them out of their environment, which is electromagnetism, they fade away and die. They need that envelopatory and electronic. All the ones we got, they faded fast. That's the reason. He said, well, I guess that's right. A human will fade just as fast if you don't have no nourishment. Their nourishment is electromagnetism. Now, I've never told this in public. That's what these scientists are calling me for. They want to know. And one of them lately, pretty famous scientist, he said, I read your book. Now I read it the second time, and I see what you left out. You didn't state the whole story. So, well, you recognized it. I only told you 10% of the story. Why? Too much for the public to try to read that all at one time. It was, for many years, it was a little too much for me and us. So how did I expect the public to know it? And I used to tell my commanders, I'll tell you a funny story. When my commanders came, gave me their reports, monthly reports, and I'd look at it and I'd say, Grants Major, the boys would reach over and grab the paper out of my hand and take off and rewrite it. We had a joke in the Army. The General Grant had a major sitting outside his office, Civil War, and this major had the reputation of being the dumbest, most stupidest man in the whole Union Army. So the Secretary of War came one day and he told General Grant, I know you. That stupid man there has become a legend in the Union Army. He's so dumb and stupid, and you keep him there. Why? I'm your boss, you got to tell me. Grant said, well, I guess I have to tell you. When I write a field order, I hand it to him. If he understands it, everybody does. So, this is the answer why I didn't put everything in the book. I have to take a lot of these things that I did, and I have to explain it in simple terms. So even General Grant's major would understand them. Otherwise, I know that I will go over, and my main aim and what I really like to do is the young people. They're the ones that say, tell us, we want to know. So I aim at them like my grandchildren. I can't start at the top and explain it to them. I got to start down where I can build it up and explain it to them. And I've been mobbed by young boys. They want to know. I tell newsmen a story. And I told them, my nephew was the research director at Daco Corporation. He wrote to me and he said, Uncle Phil, tell us. We want to know. We're not going to pull our hair out and beat our breast. Let us know. And I told him, and gentlemen, I told 400 newsmen this. I'll give you an example. I commanded combat battalion of 1,500 soldiers. Average age, I told 19 and a half. Those boys didn't beat their breast and panic. They fought the greatest army in the world and defeated it. They didn't run. Some died, but they defeated the greatest star, and they didn't run in panic. They're not going to panic. Tell them about the flying saucers. They should know. It's their world coming, not ours. We're too old. But they're going to be around. My own grandchildren want to know. I got to tell them that. And I started to write the book mainly for my grandchildren. I figured I had to leave them a legacy. So I started writing after the general relieved me of my oath. And then my little one, redhead, a real con man, and I tell my daughter-in-law, she said, they con you. I told him, grandfather should be calm, and I love it. I know I'm being conned. He wants to borrow money from me. I told him, yeah, but how are you going to pay it back, Andy? Then he starts to think. I told him, that's all right. I told him, you owe me. You pay someday. Well, this little guy was standing there after they asked me what I did during the war, and I started writing. And this little one comes up to me. He said, hey, Granddad, did you ever see E.T.'s grandfather? You know, the movie E.T.? And I looked at him, and I told him, Andy, maybe I have. You get a little older, I'll tell you about it. This was the cave incident, you know. I thought maybe he was E.T.'s grandfather. Now, many people have asked me, how old are they? Well, that sort of throws me. So here's the way I explain that. I had one report and only one. And I had all the clearances, access to everything at the White House, all access to everything in the government. And I had one report that came from a laboratory that said this extraterrestrial was 200 years old. Now, I can't prove that. I have no further evidence. This is based on a single report. In intelligence, that's not worth much. But that's all I can say. I don't know anymore. I've been asked many times, where'd they come from? My answer to that is, I wish I knew. We don't know. Maybe we will someday. I can't tell you I know. I don't know. And I explain most of these things that way. I tell them, I will answer you if I know. If I don't know, I'll tell you. I can't tell these boys that. Now, in Italy, I had a strange experience when I was over there, and this was the only international columnist I ever appeared on. I was mobbed over there by newspaper men and all. And the young boys, 18 and 19, were coming up to me in droves. And this girl that was my escort that teaches at the American school there in Rome, she used to come up and these boys would be talking to me and trying to ask me questions in English. And this girl would come in and say, but the colonel speaks Italian. Oh, the boys would light up, and then I was stuck for the next half hour asking me questions. And I had to explain it to them in Italian. And these boys were interested. This happened, the same thing happened to me in the States here. The young boys coming up to me, 18 and 19. They want to know. So newsmen asked me about the Air Force and the dummies. I told them why they are dummies for what they did. I told them, please, gentlemen, don't ask me to criticize the Air Force. I fought with them in Korea. I have many friends in the Air Force. Don't ask me to criticize the sister service. I won't do it. But I will criticize the superiors. They didn't have to do this. It was stupid to do it. It wasn't necessary. They shouldn't have done it. They look like fools. Now, I will criticize them. It didn't have to be done that way. Look what I wrote there, the things I put in. People are eating this up. I never imagined I would write a book. I wrote this thing. I didn't imagine it ever go anyplace. It became a bestseller because the simple reason it was ready. People and the young people wanted to hear this stuff. They wanted to know. So the book rings of that it's authority. It is real. I lived through those things. And they recognize that. And they love it. They want to know more, though. Wilbur Smith, a Canadian genius, told me one day, he said, be careful, Colonel, from what you say, because every time you say something, you invite 1,000 questions. He said, wait till you retire or die. And I told him, oh, he was a Canadian genius on electromagnetism. I told him, Smith, I guess you're right. But tonight I invite 1,000 questions. Don't be sure that I can answer all of them, but I invite the questions.
Before we go to questions, can you tell us a little bit about, well, one of the interesting things we were told at the house was he showed us a couple of chapters that may end up in your next book, if you agree to do this book. But in there, you showed a diagram to Jay-Z, which we were pretty surprised at because we had been taught very well, and one of the things we were taught was the double band, the electromagnetic bands going in counterclockwise rotation. That was the propulsion for the ship. And then we saw that on your diagram, it was exactly the same. Could you tell us a little bit about the ship as well before we go to questions?
She explained it to me tonight. I told her, you know more about this than I do. Why don't you write a part that we put in the new book? And she does. What she explained to me tonight was real. She explained a lot of things I didn't know. So, and I want her now to write it and put it in the book. And I told her earlier, I told her, I'm going to put you on the spot. When you came and met me yesterday and you came up to me, I recognized you when you came up. We had met before. Now I'm going to put the burden on you. Where did we meet? I'm not going to tell you where I met you. You're going to tell me. So she's still pondering on that. I put her on the spot.
For those of you who don't know, Jay-Z was born right in Roswell, New Mexico, a year before the crash.
Yeah. There were two crashes. People don't know this. One crash was at Roswell, where Jay was born. The other crash was about 100 miles west at St. Augustine in the mountains. There were 6 bodies there we found. So there were 2 crashes.
Our technology has grown in a complete remarkable non-exponential fashion from the 1950s until the present time. Here you can see, after referring to DeepSeek AI for a search to reflect the US in technological growth, in productivity expanded from the invention of electricity to 5,000% growth in productivity from 1870 to 1950. We then went from the 1950s to present time, giving us the invention of CPUs, which brought us to a staggering 250 billion% growth in productivity through computational power. How many of you believe this calculation is plausible? I leave you now with a final thought. Many people who have come forward, who've claimed to speak to aliens, say it's done by using telepathy. We now have the ability to do this as well with the latest technology.
Experimental brain chip Neuralink sharing his remarkable story. 30-year-old Nolan Darbaugh is paralyzed from the shoulders down.
You just played some music?
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Now he can play music or chess, use a smartphone, all with just his thoughts. When he was 22, Nolan says he jumped into a man-made lake and sustained a spinal cord injury. His mom is his full-time caregiver.
I didn't have anything to wake up for in the morning, and this has changed that for me.
What can you do now with the chip implanted that you could not do prior?
I can control a computer just like anyone else can.
The chip connects to his brain with threads thinner than a human hair. In recent weeks, some of those threads retracted, affecting his abilities.
We rolled up our sleeves and found various different ways to, for Nolan, be able to recover his performance, which we have successfully been able to do.
Nolan telling me he hopes his story can help inspire others.
This is a video, it's called a Comburgus video, which is a close-up of a craft, so close that you can see the occupants. It is 100% real, and I was there as that was filmed.
The whole footage has been analyzed for a more scientific mode for 2.5 weeks, frame by frame, pixel by pixel, and this is 100% genuine footage.
On December 16, 1947, William Shockley, John Bardeen, and Walter Brattain succeeded in building the first practical point contact transistor, at Bell Labs. This invention ushered in the era of solid-state electronics, with no more vacuum tubes or moving parts. Their invention of the transistor was brilliant, and earned the team in 1956 a Nobel Prize in Physics. One more interesting piece of history is John Bardeen is the only man to ever in history win the Nobel Peace Prize twice in 1956 and 1972. Many of you, like myself, have heard about Bell Labs, working on reverse engineering alien technology from Roswell. And while some think this is just complete nonsense, I suggest you answer, why are you now able to invest in funding these
I don't
projects?
think it's necessarily conspiracy theorists either, or tinfoil hat folks, but people saying, hey, if you look at it realistically, it felt like we had a nudge or help from somewhere.
Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean, you look at, say, 1947 up until now, you know, the iPhone, you know, all of the stuff we have, it does feel like, hey, did we figure that out on our own or not? But if you look at like that TikTok video from 2017, whatever that power source was, that's revolutionary. We haven't gotten that yet.
Right. And so when is the fund ready yet, or when is it?
No, so the fund is, you know, probably about 3 months away.
Okay.
And we're also waiting to see whether we actually do get disclosure, or whether it's, you know, disclosure light and, you know, and what's going on, but, you know, 3 months or so away.
All right, so while we wait for that, you do have some other ideas. You like the defense area, right? Defense contractors.
Well,
And I think that what happened, they came through the dimensional magnetic field, were thrown out of sequence, and they hit each other. It might have been the same craft that came from through the gate, because on my radars I had the gates we used to bring the targets in and shoot at them. And I think there's possibly a gate. Now please don't question me on this or hold me to this. I think they came through a dimensional gate when they hit. And I have other factors that explain some of this. And I think that there is real. There is some evidence that there are, Einstein said there was parallel universes. And another big mistake I made, when I was at the White House, we got in a discussion on Einstein. He was at Princeton. So I told the people, they said he's a one-worlder. I told them, you people are crazy, he's a scientist. I'm going up to see him. I put it off and put it off, and I never went. I missed out on going to meet one of the greatest brains the world has ever seen. My sequel book to this one, every chapter has at the end of it Einstein's explanation of what I saw. That's not in print yet. At times I get a little discouraged. I figured I'll start a big bonfire and get rid of them. People say, well, you owe this to the world. I tell them, I don't know if I owe the world anything. I went through 3 wars. It was pretty terrible what the world did and what we did. I don't know what I saw. Maybe I owe it to the world. Maybe I'll give it to them. And when I look at you people, I'm not going to burn them.
Ready for questions?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're not going to get rid of me that quick. I'm not going away.
Those of you who have questions, we've got plenty of time for them. So if you want to line up along the back wall there.
Or if they don't line up, they go, well, just from their seats, if I can hear them, that's all right. I don't mind.
We've got a procedure here.
Okay. Anything like? Okay, you're the boss. I'm not a colonel anymore, so you give the orders. I'll tell you people a strange story. I know because the movie you heard a lot about the Men in Black. So when I commanded the range in New Mexico, I picked up a trajectory. Something crashed in one of my debris area. So I went out in my airplane and I called Fort Bliss to give me a command car because my sedan, the dust came up through it. It wasn't any good. So I had this command car. Maybe you've seen pictures of General Patton riding them. They were high. And with those, I could cut straight across the desert. Sagebrush or desert didn't mean anything. So I had this command car, and I was out in the desert, and I flew out in my little airplane, and I saw something on the ground, and the trajectory, I checked with White Sands and Holloman Air Force Base, and I lied. I told them that I lost one of my RCAS, a radio-controlled aircraft we used to shoot missiles at, which I did. But I was checking on trajectory, and they confirmed it, that what my radars picked up was real. So I went out in the desert, and I came across it. So when I was coming back, I get a call. There were 2 range riders waiting for me in my headquarters from White Sands. They were range riders. They were White Sands security. So they were in my office. And they said, well, we came to talk to you about your burro, the donkey that I had. I told you about it. And I told them, gentlemen, don't kid me. You didn't come 150 miles to talk about my donkey. What do you want? They said, you were wandering around that range the last 2 days. What'd you see? One of my boosters fell. And they said, you can get in trouble for saying things like that. I can? Well, gentlemen, you're in trouble. You're under arrest. You have the nerve to come in my headquarters and threaten me? I'm the commander here. I just pressed a button. There's 10 armed men around this office. And I got my hand on the 45. You have the gall to threaten me. I'm the commander here. I should do like we used to do in the old days. Undress you naked, tie the hands behind you, and put you on the floor. And have your commander come and get you. I told him, take your guns out and be careful what you do. Put them on this table. I told him, now, call your commander. They called him. I got on the phone. I told him, what do you have here? They had the nerve to come here and threaten me? They're not under protective custody. I put them under arrest. I'm the authority in this area. I'm the commander. And he said, well, I apologize and all. They got over-enthusiastic. Maybe they did. But soldiers don't threaten people. I told Glenn Dennis at Roswell, that captain threatened him. I told him that wouldn't have happened. Any of my soldiers threaten civilians, they'll get court-martialed. Those things don't happen. They pay our salary. We're their soldiers. We don't threaten them. So these 2 men, the commander on the phone, he said, would you release them this time? Under one condition, I'll release your 2 punks, I told him, because I was angry by that time. Don't ever let them set foot in my area as long as I'm in command, because next time it's not going to be that easy. I'll release them. Now get them out of here. I told them, get out of here, both of you, and don't ever come back here while I'm here. Men in black. I don't know if they were men in black, but that's the only time I was ever threatened, and they paid for it. I figured, after all, at that time I'd been through 2 wars. They weren't coming in my headquarters and pulling that. I didn't care who they were. You see, so this was a funny story. When people talk about the men in black, there was no such thing. Sure, there's been threats. Sometimes counterintelligence boys get over-enthusiastic. Even the FBI didn't do it. I knew the deputy director. I knew Jigner Hoover personally. You don't go out and threaten civilians, American people. You don't do that. Those things aren't done. I told them, commanders don't tolerate things like that. Maybe sometime somebody down below gets over-enthusiastic, but he has to answer for it if he does. So that was my experience with the nearest thing I know about men in black. I never knew they existed. And I've been on the highest areas. I had the highest clearances. I was an intelligence officer, security is my job. It doesn't happen that way. Those are just movie stories. My co-writer there, one day he sent me a list of questions, and I got angry at him. So I called him up on the phone, and I told him, quit watching X-Files. It's not like that. I told him, there's no files like that in the Pentagon. I told him, quit asking me that baloney. I don't answer those questions. They don't exist. Doesn't do that. I told him, stay off of that TV when you talk to me. So, you see, those things, a lot of the people gather those things from the movies and the things that happen. It's not that way at all, especially if you're on inside and know. People like me, we won't allow things like that to happen. After all, we're talking about the civilian public. I was drafted in the Army. My soldiers were real proud. They used to tell the other people, our old man was a GI once, he understands. And my own soldiers used to say that. After all, I was a civilian for many years. And those things aren't done. When you read about Men in Black, don't think, it doesn't happen. And I know from where I was. So, when you hear those stories, enjoy the movie Men in Black, but it's fiction. It doesn't happen that way. Yeah.
First question.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing with us. I too am an avid fan of Art Bell, and I heard you on his program, and I think shortly after you had been on there, Art Bell had received some information about us not being able to go back to space. This was shortly after John Glenn was announced being able to, go back to space and maybe a project heading back to the moon. He got information saying hands off, no more exploration of space. Can you enlighten us more on what's happening out there? Why we're not allowed to explore or go away toward the moon?
Go towards the moon?
Well, we're not supposed to. It's been like a hands off, no more exploration.
Well, I knew a lot about NASA. And in my opinion, and I've discussed this many times, did we get scared off? Did something happen up there that scared them off? I think something happened. Project Horizon that we perfected, and we let them think that we were aiming at the Russians. We weren't. We were aiming at a military colony on the moon to protect us from other aliens. I was head of the Foreign Technology Division, but that foreign word didn't mean other countries on this world. It meant other worlds too. And we had the motto, if they're enemies, we're not going to take the chance that they're friendly. Just in case, we're going to be ready. The Project Horizon, the military on the colony on the moon, was aimed at just that. There was a presence up there. The astronauts saw them. They were watching them. Soviet Union went to Mars, a probe. The probe was destroyed and fell. The Soviets got angry. They think that it came from Phobos, the moon. That moon on Mars goes the opposite way. It shouldn't go that way. It's an opening. Is it a base? The Russians decided to hit it with laser. Laser weapons that we perfected need no lead time. You aim at an airplane, it reaches there instantaneous. It travels 180,000 miles a second, and it burns right through. So the Russians decided they were going to hit Phobos. We stopped them. Maybe they should have. Astronauts have stated somebody was watching them on the moon. Of course, I say, was NASA scared off? If they had enough brains, maybe they should have been scared off. But I don't think that their whole system was that good to even think that way. And the explanation of that is very simple. I went to General Trudeau one day and I asked him, General, how do you fight stupidity? General Trudeau said, I don't know, Phil. When you find out, let me know. Is this what happened with NASA being, were they just too stupid or were they scared off? I don't go for what NASA is doing. What they're doing won't succeed. It can't. They spend, Apollo alone cost $24 billion. All we got out of it, we landed the man on the moon. So what after that? They can't explore space. They can't take man up there. They spend trillions of dollars. They got to send a robot up. They can't send man up. Why didn't they start on that? They didn't start on a new science, as I did before, and I refused to go back to NASA while I was in. They started on project improvement. NASA had 400,000 people working on their projects. 400,000, I'm not exaggerating the figure. 40,000 different industries. There's where the money was going. The shuttle is just an extension of airplanes. That thing can't go in space. It has to be pushed up there and then can come back. What's it accomplished all these years? I don't know. What great advancements have they made for the trillions that they spent? I don't know. If you read through the lines on the book practically is an indictment of NASA. The Army did this with limited budgets and had to keep it quiet. What did you do with your billions? Almost trillions. Didn't accomplish much. Can any of you tell me what they accomplished? I had all the clearances I was involved. I don't know. In fact, I told the general I refused to go over there anymore and talk to him. Why? It's a boondoggle bureaucratic agency. North American spent I don't know how many millions of dollars for the first lunar module. When it arrived to be ready to go in space, it had 20,000 defects, 20,000 in a module. Grissom, the killed in the flash fire, he hung a lemon outside the door. I don't know if you know that, but that thing was so bad. Now, if you spend $1 billion, you should get something for it. Not send it with 20,000 defects. 20,000, mind. Can you imagine that figure? What were their engineers thinking? Why, I tell them on things like that, if I was involved in anything like that, General Trudeau would have thrown me out of the top Pentagon window. You don't operate that way. Now, why are they operating that way? They're approaching it wrong. You can't improve what we got. This is a new science we're up against with the flying saucers. Where do you go for reference? There's no reference material. Where do you go for background? There isn't any. Who can you talk to? Nobody knows. It's a brand new science. You got to start from zero and start working up because you're constantly confronted by state-of-the-art. State-of-the-art sometimes costs a lot of money to overcome. But when you're in this new science, you're hit with state-of-the-art every day. I used to be in a situation, I used to go out to industry and check the contracts. In the military, in our research and development, people don't know this, we gave out contracts which were RDT&E, Research, Development, Test, and Evaluation. When we perfected, or wanted something perfected, and started to be built, we gave out the first contracts. It wasn't procurement, it was us. So I had to go to I had the job of going to industry and checking the first production line item. At least 50% of the time, I didn't accept it. I used to tell them, big industry, Fortune 500 people, I used to tell them, that's not what we contracted for. Well, if we did what you wanted, we'd go broke. You bought in on the contract, didn't you? No more cost overruns. Well, some of these executives and CEOs They started to hate my guts. One of them told me one day, "We're going to report you to the general." Please do. I'll call him for you. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I have authority to cancel you right on the spot. I'm not going to do that. You know why? I'm going to arrange a conference with you and the general. You come and plead your case, and I'll be sitting there too. And you better come up with the right things. No more of this cost overrun baloney. That you think that we'll finance you no matter what you ask for. Those days are finished. We've dispensed in my day $2 billion. That was a lot of money. Yet I was always fighting the state of the art, cost overruns. And I wasn't too nice about it. I used to cancel their contracts. What was I going to do? Go along with them? NASA, they don't bother canceling contracts. Civilian organization. Up to 1958, we were in charge of space, the Army. 1958, they took it away from us, and they created NASA. They tried to strip everything from the Army. They didn't like us. That was the days of all the talk on civilian control. They wanted to wipe us out if they could. They didn't like us because they couldn't control us. And we weren't about to be controlled by those bureaucrats. So this is the answer, I think, to your question. I don't know if we were scared off or it was stupidity. I think we were scared off. We didn't know what to do. We perfected Star Wars for that reason, so that we could hit them. We didn't want to look helpless if they did. They performed covert acts against us. They brought down our planes. Wien von Braun said they knocked some of our missiles off track. Did they do it by design or by chance? I don't know. But we didn't take any chances. If they did it by design, we wanted to be ready. So the motto was, just in case, we're going to be ready. We're going to show them that we have weapons that maybe the laser, that's what it was perfected for. But we had to be careful, the laser. It came into existence 1960. We had to be careful with laser weapons. If we exposed a laser in this crowd, it might have blinded everybody in here. It was so powerful and intense. We had people working on it, they used to say it looked like our eyes were going to pop out of our heads. It was dangerous. It was a dangerous weapon. But we perfected one, a rangefinder. And then we perfected also the cataract remover, which is laser. I had a little instrument, about this long. It could cut through, and one ray would even reject cells in the human body. It would reject them. It wouldn't cut through the cells, and then it would sear. I had this little thing. It came out of Roswell, and typical again, I didn't know what it was. I couldn't even activate it. Finally, I took it to our laboratory, and it activated. It was a laser. A wonderful instrument, way advanced at its time. Then I sent it to Fort Monmouth, our electronic laboratories. So I guess that's the answer I got to give you. That was a lengthy answer. I wish I could give you a more definite answer, but I don't know.
Thank you.
I have seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind at least 18 times since it's come out.
I can't hear that.
How do I have seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind at least 18 times since it has come out. And my question, though you kind of poo-pooed Men in Black, is really more about that film entirely and an agenda, if you see one, at large. Do you have any information on Steven Spielberg, on the production of that movie? Do you have any thoughts about E.T., the fact that Harrison Ford's wife wrote it?
She's asking about the movie Close Encounters. If you have any information about Spielberg or the making of the movie or the movie E.T.
Do you see an intent here? Do you see a choreography
Well,
here in what you have experienced?
Most of these movies that you see, I say they're maybe 1/4 based on fact. They base them on fact. Some of these pretty smart men there, intelligent men. The doctor on Voyager that runs the instrument over people, I had one like that. That's the one where I told you I was a stupid human being. I thought the battery was dead. I had something like
tricorder.
I had something like that. That was based on actual fact. I had one. And I was taught by Italian doctors when I was in Rome that, for example, what they taught me was paralysis. They say paralysis, for example, it's not that it's not receiving, the muscle's not receiving commands from the brain. Sometimes the paralysis is that the muscle is receiving the wrong wavelength. So this doctor I knew over there, first man that photographed brain waves, those of a rabbit. He had an instrument made, he called it a resonator, and he would correct that wrong wavelength going in there. E.T., I think E.T. was mostly fiction. Good entertainment. My grandchildren liked it. In fact, my little grandson, I told you, he asked me, did you ever see E.T.'s grandfather? So it impressed him. No, E.T. was mostly. In Close Encounters, there was a lot of fact. Remember the man that was in charge? Jacques Vallée. I know him. Brilliant man. He's the one asked me if I, and I said before, asked me if I was an alien. And I told him, Jack, you're a brilliant man. You know better than ask me that, or answer that question. And Close Encounters was a little more towards fact, based on fact.
Do you see an agenda? Do you see the fact that they're releasing even 1/4 in this film and 1/4 in that film?
I didn't hear that either.
She's asking you about the propaganda about film. Is it propaganda? Is it something that's information being released by the government through the filmmakers?
No.
Agenda.
No.
I had a second.
The government's not releasing it.
Okay.
In fact, a lot of this material has been lost. Like people say, government cover-up. There was no cover-up. We didn't try to cover it up. The way we operated, we had to keep it secret because to protect our organization. And they would have tabbed us as kooks, and the stupid Congress would have taken our budget and destroyed a good organization. And I always tell people, in fact, let the government alone, it'll cover itself up. I had an experience lately on that. I testified before the missing prisoners of war. I actually was in charge in Korea. I was on MacArthur's staff, and one thing I was in charge of was prisoner of war camps in enemy territory. So I was called in front of the Senate committee and the House committee to testify. And my son asked me, why are you doing that? I told him, well, just come with me sometime and look at the faces of the families whose sons and fathers these were, and you'll see. I told him also, I was with a lot of these men, and we abandoned them. And I told the Senate, it amazes me to think that people like Scowcroft and Kissinger get up here in front of you and say that they didn't have any information on this. I personally send the information at least twice a week over teleconference from Tokyo. 2 days ago, I got a call from a Navy commander, highly decorated Navy commander, a good friend of mine, fought in 11 campaigns. And he's on his POW question. He asked me if I saw the New York Times article. I told him, yes, I saw it. He said, did you read what they say? Yes, I read it. I wrote that report in 1952. And yet they said they couldn't find it. There was nothing there. They didn't look for it. They didn't want to know. And let me tell you what happened with President Eisenhower. I was called and went with C.D. Jackson, President Specialist, to see the President on the prisoner of war question. And newspapers twisted around and said that I discussed with President Eisenhower to cover up the prisoners were there. It wasn't true. The President told me, if I'd have known this, I would never have signed the peace treaty. General Clark wanted to start the war all over again to get our prisoners. I was with Pam and John. I was a member of the truce delegation. I sat right there, and these men, when they were coming back, I greeted them. And I told the Senate, who else can say this? I was on the ground. I was told there were 500 sick and wounded 10 miles from there. They asked me, who told you that? I got the first from a Korean colonel who was on our delegation. The second information I got from our own men being exchanged coming across, our own soldiers. They never gave one of those back. I wrote this up. The Chinese general broke a pencil in half when he heard this. He thought it was going to affect the truth of it. None of those boys returned. They were all killed or died. They were sick and wounded. I sent those reports in myself, yet the higher-ups said that no such thing was there. This is the same thing that happens on the flying saucer. The government is such a vast organization that things get lost, get thrown away, no interest, people don't want to be bothered. You'd be surprised what happens in the government. I used to be surprised. I had a high official, I used to meet him once a week, and he used to drink and get angry. He said, some of these high officials are so damn dumb you can't even imagine. I told him, don't tell me, Bob, I'm at the White House. I see him every day. And I'm telling you, I heard some things on the National Security Council that I used to stand there and listen, and I figured, it can't be, I can't be hearing this. They can't be that dumb. But they were. And I had to sit there and listen to this. So you say the reports, they were there, but they didn't care. The flying saucer was the same thing. They already had started a label anybody that talked about flying saucers. They're kooks. Now, when I was in research and development, strange to say this, we worked that to our advantage. We encouraged the skeptics and the critics. Why did we encourage them? The more they screamed and hollered, the better we liked it. Because the government came up and said no such thing does exist. How could we perfect something from something that didn't exist? It was perfect for us, so we encouraged it, because we knew what our opposition was like. So we liked that. Was it a cover-up? Not in the sense that people thought that somebody deliberately said cover it up. It didn't work that way, unfortunately. The government doesn't work like that. As I say, leave it alone, it'll cover itself up. And that's true. Strange. Remember now, I was on the National Security Council, the top. I saw this myself. Look at the report in the New York Times 2 days ago. It just came public. It was written in 1952. Where's it been all this time? High officials, Secretary of State, Kissinger, says that they don't exist. He never looked for them. He didn't want to look for them. They were there. So these things happen every day, unfortunately. The government is in factions, too. You understand how the different factions react against each other. I discussed this with Attorney General Robert Kennedy. I testified for 2 days in front of Congress on how the government operated, the shadow government operated. And I told Robert Kennedy one day, I sat in his office, he was Attorney General, and I told him this direct, Mr. Attorney General, if you and your brother think you make policy, you're sadly mistaken. You don't.
Okay, Colonel. You want to tell us about what you were beginning to tell us about the shadow government?
Yeah. Well, first of all, they asked me if I get tired. As long as you want to listen to me, I won't get tired. When I look at an audience like this, I'll go all night if you want me to. Now I want to tell you something that I don't think you've ever heard before, but you suspect that it happened. And I'm going to start a little bit back. During the end of the Korean War, I was on the truce delegation at Panmunjom in Korea. We were negotiating a return of sick and wounded prisoners and our prisoners. And I was one on the delegation. One night, my roommate, tent mate actually, he was a Marine colonel, and he asked me, he said, "What's the matter with you, Corso? Can't you sleep tonight?" I told him, "No." I told him, "You hear those cannons firing? That's Pork Chop Hill." I never knew that General Trudeau was the division commander, my old boss later. He told me later, he said, "Phil, those attacks up there," now he was the type of man that he told Ridgway, "Either get my men out or I'm going up there with them." He took his helmet off with 2 stars on it, put a sergeant's helmet on, and went up and fought with his men. Major General. That shows you why I like the man. So my tent mate said, "Can't you sleep?" I told him, "No." What I think about those traitors back there that are given what we're going to do, and when we attack, are passing it to the enemy from Washington. They know every time we attack, and we lost a lot of men. I hope to God he puts me in a position where I can find them, who they are. I never had the good Lord ever answer my prayer so fast. Next morning, General Harrison, the chief delegate, Lieutenant General, called me. He said, "I hear Admiral Daniel told me you have your orders to go home." I told him, "General, I've had them for 4 months." He said, "Where's your family?" I told him, "Call them, you're coming home." He said, "We might be here forever." Now, General Harrison, never once did I walk in his tent that he didn't have a Bible open on his desk. That's the type of man he was. So, I get my family in Tokyo, take off for home in Pennsylvania. We took a ship, so it took about 2 weeks. Second day I was home, I get a telegram from the Pentagon, report to the Pentagon. So I had 2 days leave. I got to the Pentagon and they asked me about some prisoners and things of that type. And there was an order there from the Special Assistant to the President ordering me over to the White House. How that happened, I don't know. But there I was, in the only position possible where I could find out who was doing this, who the traitors were. There was no other place to find out but the White House staff. And there I was. Well, I think back, a little over 2 weeks ago, I asked the good Lord a prayer, put me there. And there I was. Who did that? I never knew I was going to the White House. I never expected to sit on the National Security Council, but I was there. I found out who they were, all of them. So, in 1962, I was called, a man came to my house, the deputy counsel of the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee. He wanted me to testify on my 4 years at the White House. I told him, "No, I won't testify. Why should I? I take all the risks. I testify, you print it up, you put it in the archives, and it gathers dust forever. Nothing doing." Next day, the counsel calls me. a man named Sarwine, big gruff man. I went up on Capitol Hill. I was still in uniform. And he said, Colonel, we want you to testify. I told Miss Sarwine, I told your deputy that you sent out there, no, I won't testify. Why should I? You won't do anything with it. So he leaned over, he said, Colonel, I'll subpoena you. So I told Mr. Sarwine, go ahead, subpoena me, but you sure as hell can't make me talk. And all at once he started to laugh. And I was friends with the old boy until he died after that. Many years later, he started to laugh, and I figured, what is he laughing? This is not funny. But he said, I was told that you'd say something like that. He said, man like you always wants something. You remember the EBI, the human terms? I asked him, what's in it for me? I told him, yes, Mr. Sarwine, I want something. What do you want? That you promise me you'll put my testimony in the hands of the Kennedys. Let the chips fall where they may. That's my terms. That's all. Come up tomorrow. Next day I come up, he takes me to Senator Eastland, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Tough senator, good one. Eastland said, I heard your terms. Colonel, I promise you I'll put it in their hands personally. I told him, Senator, call your committee together. I'm ready to testify now. And I testified for 2 days. About 2 weeks later, the counsel of the Department of Defense calls me, and he was sort of shaky. He said, I just got a call from the Attorney General. He wants to see you. And of course, those bureaucratic counsels like that get scared when they hear the Attorney General was Robert Kennedy. So I went up down to the Department of Justice and went and walked in his office. And I was still in uniform too then. So I walked in, he asked me to sit down, and I told him, Mr. Attorney General, if you and your brother think you make policy, you're mistaken. I thought he's not going to take us too nice. Instead, he said, yes, I know that. I've been going through your testimony. I realize this. You and I have a lot to talk about. There was 2 volumes on his desk in my testimony. Eastland kept his word. And we became great friends after that. Now, there was a system. They actually went after General Trudeau also because of me. The government had created a system where OSS split up part of the OSS, and I never did like them. I was even enemies with them in Korea, and I was enemies with CIA all my life. Outspoken, this wasn't hidden. And it really got them when I ended up at the White House over top of them. They said the bad penny always keeps showing up, they used to say. They couldn't understand how I got that position. I didn't understand myself, so I couldn't tell anybody. So when they organized CIA, at the State Department, they had the policy planning staff. At CIA, they had the Board of National Estimates. Now, what I'm telling you is hardly known even to professors on the government. An organization, a system that I admire. It was so cleverly and so well done. It could only be uncovered by an intelligence officer, a trained intelligence. So well was it done. The system was that the State Department would write a paragraph to them, their own people, on what policy, new policy to create. And CIA would go ahead and make what they called a national intelligence estimate. These were always top secret, all of them. So I start looking at these things. These were national estimates were supposedly to be based on true hard intelligence. They weren't. They were based on ideology and what they thought was right, this group. This group figured the president was only here for a few years. We don't pay any attention to him. We run the policy. And they did. So I got wind of this. I uncovered it, and I went to General Trudeau. He was chief of intelligence. He refused to comment on the papers ahead of time. I saw one estimate where the Army, Navy, and Air Force dissented in its entirety, yet it became national policy. And they wanted General Trudeau to comment on it. They'd pass it around the government as a show on Friday afternoon and send it back Saturday. So the general refused to do it, and they came after him. Actually, they got him transferred. He ended up in Hokkaido, Korea. But with some friends of mine who were there, former ambassadors and all, we went to see Senator Bridges, Chairman Armed Services Committee. Senator Bridges, when he heard the story, he got up out of his chair, and the little guy was a giant. And he said, "Gentlemen, thank you. I promise you, until General Trudeau gets promoted, there won't be another promotion in the Army, in the general air." He kept his word. General Trudeau was promoted to 3 stars and became a Corps commander after Allen Dulles had him suspended. And he came through it. Of course, we came to his defense. In the meantime, on the internet, some drawings appeared on me that I was a space traveler and everything, and I have copies of them. They're all in color. One of the things they accused me of, my critics now, because of this book, and I criticize CIA, was that I was a member of Galen's outfit. Well, the true story is I destroyed Galen's outfit in Germany. It was completely CIA run. It was supposed to be intelligence. It was penetrated to the hilt by communists. So when they suspended General Trudeau, I went to the Special Intelligence, friends of mine, and I was part of it, and I sent a telegram to Germany, to the agents there, Army, and I told them, the telegram was, "Gentlemen, we owe General Trudeau a lot, what he's done for us. I want you to gather all the information on how Galen is penetrated." They got it. I released it to the newspapers. Galen's outfit was wiped out. It was completely CIA controlled. Well, they didn't forgive me for that. But I was expected. A lot of times they say a man is known by his enemies and not his friends. And I was proud to have CIA as my enemy. Didn't like him any. And by the way, I used to tell the higher-ups of CIA this personally. It wasn't that I'm just telling you, and I didn't say it in Washington. This was known, and I said it out in the open. So then we started attacking the Board of National Estimates, the basis of policy. All the policy, and when I testified, Senator McMain said that he doubted that. I told him, "Senator, you better believe it." And I started quoting policy and the numbers, the top secret papers. He got up and walked out. He knew that I was opening up the Pandora's box. You want to know the policy? I'll tell you what it is. And all the presidents were guilty. They didn't know any different. The policy invariably favored the communist, Russian communist. They were good people, don't be strident, and all that was in the policy. Our enemies, who said they were going to destroy us. So when I testified, Senator Keating asked me, Are these people you're talking about? And I had the names of every one of them. Communist? Told him, Senator, I don't deal in labels. Unless I see their party card, I won't call anybody communist. But I have a name overall for them. And he said, what's that? International Socialists, allied with the British white socialists. The Italians told me our embassy was socialist. They want us to come down to the communist level, and the communists come up, and we'll be one big happy world. Maybe this is hard to take, but this is true. Policy papers read that way, what I'm saying. So the battle was joined at that stage. We had to get them out, or they get us. We just about put them out of business, because I had good friends in the newspaper business, and the stories would appear. Just 2 years ago, CIA admitted that their intelligence, that national intelligence estimates were slanted and not based on true intelligence. It took them that long to admit it, and that's what we were fighting. This group was so powerful that they controlled policy. And the strange thing happened when I testified in front of the House Committee on MIAs. Congressman Dorman was chairman. They had me testify before the Czech general, because the Czech general, who told them how our boys were tortured in the hospitals and so on, he had threats on his life, so they wanted me to run interference for him. I told him I'll testify first to confirm what the general said was true. And I did that. So the whole system was geared in that direction. And we were living under that policy guidance. Not on hard intelligence, ideology and fabricated intelligence. And I showed the committee this. And when I went up in front of Dornan, when I was testifying, he said, Colonel, is your testimony still classified? Yes, sir. After all these years, it's still classified. They don't even go after the 30-year rule. I tried to get it declassified, and you know what they told me? I told the chairman, and all these audience was there, newsmen and all. They said that they wouldn't release it because they had to protect the source. And I told the people that said that, hey, I'm the source, and I don't want to be protected. And all the audience started to clap and cheer, even the newsmen. And Dornan was flabbergasted, and he laughed. And I figured, what did I say was so funny? Everybody thought it was a big thing. You know, I said, I don't want to be protected. So release it. Well, they still haven't released it. It's still classified top secret. And I name all of them, including the media and the people that were on their side. This was the government that we were under. It wasn't run by the president. They didn't pay any attention to him. Robert Kennedy admitted that to me. We became great friends. So he proceeded to set up the Special Group Counterinsurgency. That group took away the authority from CIA. He was shot. And I still to this day figure, did I have a hand in his assassination when I convinced him to do that? I don't know. But anyway, he took that on my advice. And actually, we became good friends. I wish he'd have become president. He wasn't like Jack. This was a tough, hard man. Brilliant. He was a good man. I think Bobby Kennedy would have made an excellent president. CIA wasn't pulling the hood over his eyes. The other presidents, a lot of them were too busy to recognize this and what it meant. I actually saw national intelligence estimates which said, let's give all our secrets to the Soviet Union so they'll trust us. I think, geez, imagine things like that, give them all our secrets so they'll trust us. They said they were going to destroy us. It almost became a religion to these people. And I say, I'm glad I had a hand. I uncovered it because of my training. I was very fortunate. I was put in that position. And I think we changed it. And I even briefed President Eisenhower. So I'm very proud of that. I think I had a hand in doing it. And
most of the technology we've seen displayed in movies, we've taken for granted as nothing more than well thought out, expertly engineered special effects. Many of you remember the 1987 movie The Predator, which featured a self-cloaking alien. One can't help but think about the Las Vegas UFO crash incident that happened on April 30th, 2023, which featured a young man named Angel Kenmore calling 911 in regards to 8 to 10 foot tall creatures in his backyard after claiming a UFO had crashed in it. This case, which included actual police body cam footage of the object falling from the sky, was in the news spotlight for a very short time. Then just recently, Scott Roeder, veteran crime scene reconstruction analyst, who has testified as an expert in some of the most highly publicized criminal cases in the world, broke down the video Angel's family had made frame by frame. In this Fox 9 article, he states that there are at least 2 beings using some sort of cloaking device that landed in the Las Vegas backyard. He then said, and I quote, "At this particular time, with what we've seen here, is proof of a couple of things. That these entities are real. They're there. This is not fake. This is not a fraud." For those of you not aware of projects the military are working with, I now leave you with the latest technology in cloaking camouflage.
The concept of an invisibility cloak may seem more like magic than science, but Chinese researchers are diligently working on creating devices that can scatter and bend light, rendering the object behind them invisible. Previously, such devices attempted to be made based on metamaterials. These materials possess novel properties not found in naturally occurring substances or in the individual particles of the material. However, working with them is challenging, so the decision was made to use molybdenum trioxide. This material could serve as an excellent platform for controlling energy flows due to its unique properties. Modeling results have shown that rolled-up sheets of molybdenum trioxide could replace metamaterials. It already demonstrates nearly perfect invisibility.
I know there are alien craft here from another planet. I saw other ones, but I was inside one. I know it was not made on Earth. I know it was made with materials that we cannot fabricate, we cannot duplicate, and we've never been able to. I know it uses a power source that's so advanced that we could only dream of something along those lines, and the energy density on it is phenomenal. It's nothing that I would ever expect to see. I know that this is done in the highest levels of security, and that they use all kinds of methods to keep it quiet, from disinformation to some exotic ways of just hiding things. Like I said, the installation itself was buried in the side of a mountain, and I also know that there's lots of nonsense information that has gone around, and whether it was started by the Navy or military or whoever's at the absolute bottom, of the project. And I truly suspect that be the case because, look, disinformation is the most powerful, way to distort facts. You just throw a bunch of useless stuff out there and, they just take the real facts along with the nonsense and bundle it together and say, well, this is just impossible. And, there, your security is maintained. But I also know that at some point they've examined or had bodies of alien creatures somewhere. So I know that stuff for a fact. And that's the bottom line.
A lot of information has come out since Bob Lazar first came forward in 1989 with his sport model and S4 story. And while his story has never changed, we really know nothing more now than we did then, other than the government now admits to UAPs. and UFOs while of course denying anything else. The next clip you're about to see is a very rare one, in that a person who saw a UFO decides to hit it with a laser pointer. And well, you have to see what happens next.
Oh, here's another one right here. You see him? Flying right over our heads. Pointing it right at him. And now he's turning.
Ooh,
Yeah.
it just flashed.
Yeah, you see him?
Yeah, it just flashed.
I'm lasering or at him, and he's curving. Shit.
That was what went on at the White House. And I tell people a lot of times, I'm glad I did it. I spent those 4 years there, but I won't do it again. Every day is dog eat dog. It goes on every day. Many times I have threats made at the policy meetings. We're going to get you. Good. Get me. Let's see if you get who gets who first. I had asked, they thought they had destroyed the security files, but they hadn't. Special intelligence of the Army had copies of all of them. One of these men would threaten me. I'd call the Pentagon. Courier would deliver the files to me. Example, one day, one of these men was talking. He was pontificating. So I interrupted. Can I say something? And I was chairman of the policy group. He said, yes. What is it? You know, I'm very interested in what you're saying, because last night I read a book that sort of followed what you're saying. He said, you did? Yes. You know what the name of the book was? He said, what? Karl Marx. I think if he had a gun, he'd have shot me. He changed colors and everything, because he knew what I meant. I called him that label I put on him. Then I called CIA, the deputy director. I told him, don't send any of these Marxists to me anymore. I'll chase them out of my committee. I told him, send me Americans. You got a lot of them over there. Send me Americans, not these Marxist people. I don't like them. I don't want them near here. You shouldn't say that, he said. I told him, I am saying it. You send those Marxists to me, I'll put them out. They won't, I have the authority to put them off of the committee. You won't be represented. So you better send me Americans. From then on, they were sending pretty good men over. But now this went on every day. When I would call on the files, one particular man, I remember, he was talking and talking and talking. So finally I said, you know, Hitler was not a bad guy. He turned white. He knew I'd read his security file where he said that. And then I'd go out to security, and I knew the people real well. We suspended about a dozen of them. Number 2 on McCarthy's list, I finally got him, and he vowed he was going to get me. And he was suspended and fired from State Department. Nobody knew about this. It wasn't done like McCarthy did it. It was all done behind the scenes. So the White House job wasn't as rosy as people think it was. This infighting went on constantly. But I'm glad I went through it for the 4 years. I used to tell my wife that she see me go in the morning, and she'd say, what are you going to do today, Phil? Save the world? I'd laugh at her. I'd go, well, she said, remember, maybe the world doesn't want to be saved. I thought, well, maybe you're right. And my wife used to say that to me. And it was true. A lot of the things I saw and happened, I figured, well, maybe the world doesn't want to be saved. And we were deteriorating. We were going downhill. We were favoring the communists every way you can think. We offered them at the Department of Commerce, a lot of our commerce, a lot of our secrets, free of charge. This group was oriented that way. So you see what was happening in our own government. Now, I always tell people, inside this part of the government, you can see out but the people cannot see in what's going on in there because everything had a classification on it. I personally had 9 clearances in addition to top secret. So you know how many stupid clearances were around that you couldn't talk about. Clearance after clearance, every place you went, you'd run up against this. This was done purposely. So the people that really controlled the government, their actions were hidden. A lot of these clearances were hopeless, no good. I went up, took a lie detector test on the top floor of the Pentagon, and I came down. General said, "What'd you do, Phil?" I told him, "I thought I was in jail. They closed 2 jail gates around me and put me in this room and interrogated me with a lot of questions." I told him, "What goes on, General, with that outfit?" He said, "Well, did they clear you?" "I don't know, General." Well, I got cleared, and that brought 2 other clearances with it, even a satellite clearance in those days. So the classification system was bad. And that classification system also was applied to UFOs, things you couldn't talk about. So why? I ran across things that were classified, highly classified, and I used to say, "What's this classified for? To keep it from American people? The communists know all about this. Who are we keeping it from? Enemy or our own people?" They didn't care. They actually hid it. And you'd be surprised how many times this happened. Now, that was a shadow government. So, you see, this battle went on every day. I don't tend to tell you that all the people on my side fought this battle and got out unscathed. They didn't. A lot of good people got hurt in this fight. It was almost like a war within a war. A lot of my friends were suspended on phony charges. And this happened quite often. So this is a war that you never see. One of my books that I just wrote is titled "The Top Secret War Within the Government." And this went on every day. Now, you can see when I tell you these things, the UFO material was of little consequence in these terms. But it also fell in that area and was hidden from all of you. They didn't want anybody to know these things. They could use it as a weapon and scare you when they wanted to. And this is not that I say they. I gave the committee every one of their names. That's why I go back and I told them the first time in my life that I had the good Lord answer my prayer in a hurry. He'd never done that for me before. But it happened at that time. And I figured, well, maybe there's somebody after all on my side. But we finally whipped them. Now I think it's a lot better. Of course, a lot of times I got to question what people like Clinton and some around him do. But it's not the way it was before. A lot of those people have lost their authority in their positions. They're not around anymore. A lot of my friends aren't around anymore. So it happened. So the Borgias used to throw people in the Tiber River. There were some bodies found in the Tiber River in Washington. You never heard about them, but there were. And maybe the makeup I had, I loved this type of fight. And I think I thrived on it. I loved the challenge from them. When they used to tell me we're going to get you, oh, that was not fun. I told them, good, let's see who gets who. They had nothing on me. I had confidential funds for the Army, destroy my vouchers every 3 months, and I'm proud to say, never did a penny stick to my hand that wasn't mine. I accounted for every penny. My CIC, I used to give them their funds. The general told me one time, we know who to trust. That was part of, I think, my strength. They couldn't get anything on me. CIA, one time, a friend of mine said, a man like you surely has a stash hidden away. CIA's looking for it. I told him, good. Tell them when they find it to let me know so I can go get it. Because I don't know where it is. The Chicago Tribune interviewed me and wrote part of this story, a whole page way back in the 50s. And it was printed actually the Tribune. The Washington representative was a good friend of mine, and he interviewed me. And he put in there that when I retired, my bank account showed less than $200, and I had 2 children sent to school, and nothing saved. Because Washington is an expensive city to live in. For example, when they assigned me to the White House, I had no civilian clothes. I'd been in the Army all these years. I'd been in the Army by then over 10 years, 12. I had no civilian clothes. They called me in one day and said, Phil, we hate to say this, you can't wear a uniform or you have to wear civilian clothes. I think I had about $300 in the bank. I had to go spend it all to get civilian clothes to wear at the White House, because we didn't wear a uniform there most of the time. So that from outside it couldn't be distinguished who was military and who wasn't. So those 4 years I never wore my uniform. Once in a while I'd put it on. And I used to discuss this with a lot of congressmen, because we had a lot of good senators in those days and a lot of good congressmen. And in the book, there is this Russian, Fedai. He was at the Library of Congress, a good friend of mine. And he and I used to give lectures. We gave a lecture to the board of directors of Gulf Oil, to Standard Oil. And what we would do, he would take the part of the Communist Politburo, and I would take the part of the U.S. Politburo. And we'd challenge each other. And they loved that, you know, because we would actually quote real policy, real Soviet policy, real U.S. policy, and show how it dovetailed. They were actually working together. That's why in the book a lot of times I say that the KGB was controlling all of that. They were buddies. When I was in Rome and I started arrest, in those days it was known as the NKVD. General called me in one day, telegram came from Washington that I would quit arresting the communist agents because we weren't at war with them. Yet they were agitating constantly to destroy us. So I told the general, he got angry, he was an ex-paratrooper. Dasher was his name. I told him, General Dasher, I won't disobey orders, but sure in hell I'm going to stretch them. So what I did, I kept arresting them. As they'd come into Rome, I'd pick them up. Because my fiscal agents and all, and the secret police knew every time they came here. I would arrest them, I'd put them in my prison, interrogate them, work them over a little bit, spread the word on the underground that I had them, and they sung like canaries. Then we turned them loose. I never picked up the same man twice. They would get rid of them immediately. When I found out I actually had them in jail, and then we interrogated them and got everything out of them. So I didn't disobey orders, but I stretched it a lot, and they quit coming in. So we stopped all agitation. And I got rid of the Gestapo, SS there. So in the last year, I had it pretty nice in Rome. And I didn't know how I did it, but I did it some way. Because I told Pope Paul, I challenge your Lord and mine. Because I told him, what would he do, put me here as a joke? This is his eternal city, not mine. I told him, I don't know what to do, but I'll give you your city back better than it ever was. And we did. I had 60 counterintelligence agents, a lot of them were ex-FBI. I had 30 British field security agents. I had a Italian police detachment and 12 custom guards. And they were good men. We cleaned that city up. I gave my men orders one day, and if Washington had found this out, I think they'd have hung me. My orders were to my men, you tap a Gestapo killer or an SS or KGB in the back of the head with your gun, you count 3. At 3, if he doesn't have his hands up, you blow his damn head off. Because at 4, he got his gun out and you're dead. I don't want any of you killed. I didn't lose one. I arrested 2 Gestapo colonels one day. And I told them, you were armed, why didn't you resist? They said, the moment we got the tap on the back, we realized the streets were deserted, you had us. And we put our hands up. We knew about your 3-second rule. Now, these were killers. Look what they did. And I figured, they're animals? Well, Chief of Police of Italy and the Prime Minister told me one time, this is not play. These are the drugs. You can't show sign of, being nice to them is a sign of weakness. You can't afford that. They'll blow your head off. If you believe in fair play, you better go home now. They were right. You couldn't play fair with these people. So I played the game like they did. Maybe I'll have to pay for that someday. But my job was to destroy them. They were killers. They were animals. And this Gestapo colonel said, how many guns did you have on us? 20. There was guns, rifles in each window. I told them there were agents on every corner. They said, we thought so, because the moment we got the tap on the back, we realized the streets were deserted, you had us. There wasn't a civilian or anybody on the street, we cleaned them all out, because we figured there'd be shooting. So this is one of the stories of the Gestapo in Rome. Now, and then I came back to Washington, and I'm fighting a similar battle. But there was a difference. I couldn't use a gun and a knife anymore. I forget, isn't it a pity? I got to fight these people almost by word of mouth now, and threats and security. Over there was different. I told even Pope Paul one day, I told him, I can't come in the Vatican, but up to your walls, I'm in charge. So whether you like it or not, you're under my protection. I even told Pope Pius this. I was called 3 times by Pope Pius, and one day my liaison officer told me, he said, I told him, well, how's come, this is my 3rd visit to Pope Pius, how's come he always tells me the same thing? Asked me about my liaison officer said, why, you stupid Americans. He said, anybody in the world would give anything to meet a pope like you do one-on-one, just you two. I told him, well, Mario, maybe you're right. We are hicks yet. And I wrote in my latest book when I was writing about the extraterrestrial, and I put in that, 3 times I had the honor of meeting Pope Pius. I dealt with Pope Paul once a week. He was acting Secretary of State at the time. His name was Monsignor Mottini. I used to deal with him at least once a week. And I figured I'd be foolish to say they didn't influence me in my beliefs, because they did, meeting people like that. So this is some of the things I learned in Rome, and I came home and the war didn't end. So that's, everybody says, oh, Jesus, you were at the White House. What a high position. I told them, don't wish that on anybody. Look what goes on now, even the White House aides and things. Well, I didn't mean it that way. You women are laughing. That wasn't the way we fought the battles in those days. Anyway, my wife would have hit me on the head. Yeah, she passed away a couple of years ago. We were married 53 years. So this is the story. I hope I got it. This story, by the way, you won't see it in any books or magazines. It was never written, because unless you're a part of it, you didn't even know what was going on. Everybody every day go about their business. Nobody knew that this inside battle was destroying people, destroying characters and everything constantly. So that's the story of the shadow government. And now I look back, I'm glad I went through it, but I won't do it again if I had my say. Now let's go back to the UFOs.
I think we have time for one more question. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Next question. We've got
Thank you for coming, and thank you for being a real American hero. They're rare. You have addressed the enormous budgets of the various alphabet soups of agencies in this country, as well as the different branches of the military. It seems perhaps there is both the covert things that are done and the overt things that are done. Could you address this in light of some of the information we've heard in regard to underground bases, joint treaties with extraterrestrial civilizations, and how that might tie into the Philadelphia experiment and Montauk experiments?
Other nations.
Repeat that last part.
Could you address, from what you know personally, the potential of underground bases and cities and treaties with extraterrestrial civilizations, as well exchanges of technology, and how that fits into the Philadelphia experiments and Montauk experiments?
Underground bases, Area 51, Montauk, and the Philadelphia.
Yeah, okay. I'll answer that the best I can. In my opinion, because I knew what was going on there, Area 51 is greatly exaggerated what you read in the books and newspapers. Yes, we kept a lot of our projects secret, which we should. A lot of the B-2 was made, the stealth there. But what they say, the aliens there and meeting here and meeting, that's not so. As far as Philadelphia experiment, I had the privilege of knowing personally and discussing this with Admiral Arleigh Burke. He was Chief of Staff at the time. Arleigh Burke was known as the Pacific as the destroyer commander. And I discussed the Philadelphia experiment with him. It happened, but one serious thing happened. When they turned on the degaussers, the purpose was to move the ships away from mines sunk into the ocean, magnetic mines. When they turned the degaussers on, they turned 4 of them on. The ship did disappear and changed over. Tesla, in the early 90s, had conducted similar experiments. He was making things disappear from tables and moving over here, and when he take the energy away from it, they'd go back. But one mistake they made, they never figured they'd kill the crew, too. Those experiments killed the crews. Dangerous. Just like I told you about the lasers. We had to watch the laser weapons. They could blind our own men. When you do that, you got troubles. Montauk was part of that. There was some work done in Montauk. That was when I talk about von Neumann, his area. The crystal valve he talks about. That was really the transistor we talk about. And to add on to what you asked, the underground bases, at least I'd say better than 90% fabrication. They don't exist. The only one I know exists was a mountain in Virginia where we're going to move the government in case of a nuclear attack. On the Arctic, no such thing. And I think I would have known. I had access to about everything. I could call any reports at the White House that I needed and wanted. And if they existed, I think I'd have got some indication. At least one report. I never got any. So in my opinion, known with my experience and what I'd seen and what I knew and the people I knew, how's come all these intelligence people never heard of them either? It couldn't be hidden from us. It could be hidden from somebody who wasn't cleared and not in the loop. They don't exist. These are fabrications. One man came to see me one time and he insisted there were bases in the Arctic, down south. And well, I did something to him, he got scared off, I never saw him again. There were no bases there. And I couldn't have been in an area where I never saw. I was right in where the people would know. And not only that, in other services. I had good friends in intelligence and clearances like that. We used to talk about it. It wouldn't have been the Navy, it wouldn't have been the Air Force or anybody. They weren't there. Montauk was real. There was some things happened there way back. There was talk it came from flying saucers. I went up to the Montauk area one day and I was taken to a building 7 stories high. Solid concrete. This building was filled with computers and tubes 3 and 4 feet high. Temperature every day 72 degrees. If the temperature fell, it would destroy everything in there. They had to keep it constant. Now that entire building, one little weak computer on a watch can do more than that building used to do. That's how far we advanced. So there were installations like that around, which were subject to a lot of exaggeration, what they really did. Because you couldn't enter that building if you didn't have the clearances. So the legend spreads. The mystery spreads. And people like mysteries and legends. No, I don't know if any existed. If I did, I'd tell you. I never saw reports. It's just like I told you today on the EB report that it was 200 years old. One report I had. I can't verify that that was true. You can't go with one report. You can keep it in mind if something else matches, just like I told you when I saw the extraterrestrial in Fort Riley. I put it in the back of my head until I could verify and corroborate it, which I did 10 years later. You see, you have to think of things like that. And the trained intelligence officer works like that. So I don't blame a lot of people for getting confused, because these stories are made up and they sound so real. And you almost figure it has to be, it sounds real. It's not. Just like I told you my co-writer, when I answered him, quit watching X-Files and don't bother me anymore with such questions. Those files in the basement don't exist. They never have. It isn't like that. So he was wanting me to answer questions from fiction and put them in the book. Well, we never did, because I warned him about that. So it's just like these movies that you see, Star Wars and these other movies. They're based on some fact. Yes, they are, but a small percentage. Then the writers take over and the producers and all, and the prop people, and they make it look real. And they're entertaining. I watch some of them. But they're entertaining, but it's not reality. I wish we were that good. We're not. And like I say, the mistake And we have to do this. We have to take this on as a new science. Forget NASA and let them do what they want. Let them spend the money if we can afford it. But the new science has to be created, and this has to come from the same way we pulled it up. And we just did a small part. We didn't do a big, great.
Thank you.
We did do some advances, but not as much as we should have done. Of course, a lot of people say that's hindsight. Yes. And also another thing to remember, ladies and gentlemen, I had the title of Chief of Foreign Technology Division. But that was a secondary job for me. That wasn't my main job. And people can understand that something so important, and that wasn't your only job. And no, it wasn't. I had to attend hearings. I had to prepare budgets. I had to visit industries. The UFO as Chief of Foreign Technology was only one part of my duties. I had so many other things to do. The general made me project officer of the anti-missile missile. And he told me, don't say you're too busy. You're going to do it anyway. And then when you get it started, recommend somebody take your place. So I had a lot of those things on hand. So I tell people, don't ever imagine that this UFO artifacts that I was working on is in the book. That wasn't my primary job. I didn't spend I spent maybe not even half of my time on that. So you see the way the military operates. Sometimes the budget was so important that I had to forget all about UFOs. Because without a budget, we didn't operate. I had to appear in front of Congress. And ladies and gentlemen, I won't wish that anybody to go up at a hearing in front of the Senate and Congress. You don't know what you're up against. You get in there and you figure, my God, what am I doing here? How can these people be so damn dumb? But it's part of the world and you have to live with it. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody to go up there. My friends that became generals, and they used to hate the budget and go up on Capitol Hill and testify to prove their budget. So what they do, Department of Defense was smart. They made the books on the budget so damn thick and complicated that nobody could figure out what they wanted. I used to go up and see budget hearings, books this thick. Well, who can read them? I'm sure some of those senators and congressmen didn't. They were too busy getting elected all the time and raising funds. So that's a reality of the government. And I say this with regret that that was not even my primary job. Now, when you read the book, you figure, Jesus, he did a fine job, or people say you had courage. And there was no courage to it. That wasn't my primary operation. It was important, yes. And now when I look back, maybe that was the most important thing I did. I wish I could have put more time in it. I wish I could have corrected some of the mistakes I made. Now, I'm going to give you an example. I told you about the little piece of metal I had. That piece of metal was paper thin. So the general called me in one day and he said, Phil, I got a project and you're going to be the head of it. And he handed me this piece of metal. He said, this is bigger than Los Alamos, the atomic bomb thing. He said, this piece of metal is atomically aligned, paper thin, so strong, we make spaceships light as a feather. Radiation, space debris can't penetrate them. So he gave me that job. Pick any engineers you want. If you find any industry that's even working in that direction, finance them. I never found one. Even the German scientists were with me, von Braun's people. We never found any. We failed. Now, that was an important project. It would have made all our weapons obsolete. If you have an automobile, it would last a lifetime. Now they're starting to line metal. And when you line the atoms, and Lincoln Labs reported this, and you turn those atoms this way, it becomes transparent. Now science is working on it and doing it. They use yttrium, one of the rare earths. The material is solid. They treat it with some chemicals, and it turns transparent. Take the treatment away, it goes back to its normal state. That's going on now. Science has actually advanced that far since my day. But the thing that bothers me is on the transistors integrated circuit, I think we've reached the end of the line. And I hope that they give us another one to work with, because it might take 200 years to reach this point if we don't have them.
Colonel, let's take another question.
Thank you very much, Colonel. I enjoy your candor. The question I have is a little bit off the track. Every 33 years, the Earth passes through a dust cloud in our solar system, and we receive a lot of material into the atmosphere, many meteorites and so forth. This is, apparently it's going to occur in November of 1998 again, and it would place the last time it occurred about 1965, when you were in your heaviest involvement, I would guess, with the military, with technologies that would be very sensitive to these types of interferences and the dust that was created. Do you have any experience with that? Did you find that?
Well, I didn't get close to that. I think it's hearing aid of mine.
He's talking about a dust cloud that the Earth passes into what year?
Every 33 years, so 1965 would have been the last time we passed through it.
65 was the last time when you were working on
Yes.
this.
No, I have to be honest, I don't know anything about it. I left the Army, I retired in '63. And I I became at the time the Washington representative of a big firm. So I didn't get involved in a lot of that for those first 2 or 3 years. And then later, I started to become a consultant, and I did get involved in some of this. But I never knew that cloud that the Earth passed through. No, sorry, I got to tell you just what I know.
Well, thank you very much anyway.
Yeah, I can't tell you that I know, I don't.
Next question.
Hello, I'd like to know if any of the bodies of the extraterrestrial bodies that were found in the crashes were still alive.
I didn't get that either.
Were any of the bodies of EVs still alive in the crashes?
Let me explain that to you. Lately, I was having lunch with my personal doctor. He is working he's an expert on the lymphatic system and others. And I just did this, just put it on paper, and I showed it to everybody. And I partially answered this before. He asked me the same question. He said, Phil, do any of these bodies still exist? I told him, unfortunately, no. He said, why? I told him, we weren't advanced enough to know what propagates this alien being, what makes him survive. Well, once you remove him from the electromagnetic envelope, his environment is gone. He can't propagate. Same with his flying saucer. Same as a human being. Take his nourishment away, extinction, death. He doesn't last long. These EVs don't eat, they don't drink water, they don't breathe oxygen. So they deteriorate fast once you take their nourishment away. His nourishment is the electromagnetic envelope around the flying saucer. The same for the flying saucer. No, there isn't one, unfortunately. They deteriorated fast.
Thank you.
Hello. Over the years, I've familiarized myself a little bit with this information, and according to Project Blue Book, which is a part of Project Grudge, between the years of 1947 and 1953, there were 17 crashes, and 55 alien bodies were recovered, and this was all around the Four Corners area. In 1953 alone, 10 more disks crashed, and they recovered 26 more bodies. And in 1949, 2 disks crashed near Roswell, and of the 5 alien bodies that were on the ship, 1 was found alive and wandering around in the desert. He was codenamed EB, and he was called an extraterrestrial biological entity. He was alive from 1947 until 1952, at which time he died. He had been taken to Los Alamos. Now, all of these, there was such an alien problem at this time that Eisenhower, well, not Eisenhower, it was in 1947, they created the National Security Council to deal with this alien problem, and you said that you served on the National Security Council under the Eisenhower administration. Does any of this information ring a bell?
She's talking about Project Grudge and Project Blue Book, and how there was an enormous number of aliens reported, some alive, most dead, and an enormous number of ships that had crashed over the years. Being part of NSA, is this something that you recognize?
I had NSA clearance. I had their whole system available to me. As far as NSA getting in the operation of the extraterrestrials and all, no. It wasn't their mission. Their mission was codes, intercepts, and so forth. I used to get their intercepts and codes. I had the clearances. The extraterrestrials and flying saucers was not there. The only thing that I know about NSA in this area, NSA was receiving organized, orderly radio transmissions from space. They weren't space noise, they weren't static. They were organized radio signals. But they were never able to decode them. We don't know where they came from or what they were saying to us. Unfortunately, that's it. They weren't involved. As far as all the information in Blue Book was a poor example of a cover-up. You said Project Grudge. I could very easily name a dozen such projects. I don't know of any that were worth much. A lot of it was just going through the exercises. We never paid any attention to them. People used to ask me, all the UFO sightings, did you ever see a UFO in the air? Did you ever? Oh, no, I'm not interested. UFOs flying around. My interest is what's inside that UFO. If I can't see the inside, I'm not interested. Let them fly around. So, I've been asked that question. A lot of those sightings that you say was so, I question them very much. I question most of those. The EB bodies, I question the numbers. I had access to the information. I never knew of that many.
Well,
there weren't more total. I never had information that there were more than 8 or 9 or 10. There weren't the large quantities of bodies. I wish they were available. We didn't have them. The Air Force have them. 1949, Air Force only was in existence 1 year. They were a fledgling service. They had no research. General Twining admitted that. As late as '52, the Air Force research and development wasn't worth much. Neither was the Army research and development. In 1952, Army R&D was under logistics, a secondary mission. That's where I was fortunate. The artifacts that I got, and people don't know this, a CIC man picked them up at Roswell, a Jeep load. The CIC is not an entity in itself. It operates. When I had the CIC in Rome, for operation, they're 100% under the G2, the intelligence chief. My CIC in Rome did not operate independently. They were under me. I was the operation man. I called the shots. The CIC, when he got the Jeep, he had to send those artifacts direct to the intelligence service. He was under them for operational control. People don't know this. All CIC is, the Counterintelligence Corps, administration they have. Administratively they have an outfit, but operationally they don't. They're not in the operation business. They're told what to do by the Chief of Intelligence. So that's most of the story on that part. What I think happened, General Twining in '52 said it wasn't worth much, Air Force. They were only 4 years old. They couldn't have created a good research agency in that time. Research a lot of times takes time. You do some research projects that have to be financed 4 or 5 years or longer. A lot of the companies, the big corporations, we were a little concerned because they weren't interested in spending their money on research. All they were interested in was their pocketbooks, because a short-term product improvement pays dividends maybe in 4 or 5 months. Research might not pay off in 10 years. So the board of directors who had all the stocks, they were looking after their pocketbook, the dollar. If they got research money, they didn't get any returns. Product improvement, they made money. But we were concerned about this because the Japanese were creeping ahead of us. Our research was going by the boards. And how I know this, they constantly came to us and wanted research money, and we wouldn't give it to them. And this was constant. They tried to get our research money. They used state-of-the-art as an excuse. They had cost overruns all the time. And as far as Blue Book and all those, I never read that Blue Book. They weren't worth reading. I knew what happened and how it was composed. It wasn't composed on fact by a group of people who weren't trained in the business. They didn't care. All they were told was kill it some way. This Blue Book thing was just one step above the dummy thing that happened last year. It wasn't anything to take serious. We never took it serious. We didn't waste our time with that. We had too many other things to do. And what I'm talking about when I say we, these were the professionals in Army intelligence and the research and development. We had all von Braun's group with us. These Germans were professionals. I have to give them credit for that. They knew their business. I was very fortunate. I had these men on my team. I had the German documents. I couldn't read German, but I had the advantage. I called the German scientists that worked for me and told them to explain stuff to me. The nearest thing to the flying saucer, they actually built one. It crashed. It went up 12,000 feet. And people don't know it. The nearest thing they had, the electromagnetic envelope, was the Foo Fighter. Did you ever hear the Foo Fighter? No. Yeah, a lot of people have heard about it. That's the nearest thing they had. It actually knocked some of our ignition systems out of some of our bombers. They put it in the air. It was a round, it twirled, white, made a luminous light. And that was known as the Foo Fighter. Very fortunate, these advances were coming. They had a tank. They could pick up a tank moving over the Earth's grid system. And by magnetic. They were working on an electronic cannon, electromagnetic cannon. So were we. We made one. I have a picture of one. So what actually the outcome of this was that, and we were very fortunate, General Patton's tanks overran their factories. That killed the Foo Fighter program. They were ahead of us. And other things that they were making. Very fortunate that General Patton moved a little too fast for them. Took their factories and destroyed them. But we never took that on as a serious thing. We should have. And I used to get the documents, the German documents, and have my scientists explain them to me. That gave me a great advantage over things. So a lot of the things that you asked, the numbers and so forth, in my opinion, what I know, weren't so. Take them sort of, well, with tongue-in-cheek, based on some truth, but the numbers are all different than anything I ever knew. I wish we had that many bodies that we could have worked with. Maybe I wouldn't have made the mistake of not making a project out of it.
Supposedly, in 1954, President Eisenhower met with a group of aliens at Edward Air Force Base. Are you aware of anything like that?
No. Those meetings they say they had with aliens, that's all fiction. I never knew of anything like that happen, or did I ever know of anybody that participated in any such thing. I never knew of anybody that saw a live alien. Unfortunately, all the ones, the autopsy and the ones I saw, they were dead. That put us at a great disadvantage. We couldn't examine the way we should an alien brain when he was brain dead. You see how we missed out, didn't get him quick enough. I never saw a photograph or heard anybody tell me that they saw an alien who had a cut or a bruise or bled, or had a scar or caked blood on him. There's never any such report appeared. Nobody ever saw one. They couldn't, they didn't have any blood. So, you see, when you start examining the real facts, the numbers sort of start fading away. Yes, we had some bodies, but not in the numbers that you named. I wish we did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next question.
One of the things that we've learned is to, you were wondering how to fight stupidity, and one of the ways that we've learned is through knowledge and information.
What was that?
And you also said previously that only about 10% of the story has been revealed in your book. When is the other 90%, and how is it going to be disseminated?
He's asking about the other 90% that you mentioned that you haven't put in your book. Of course, some of that you've given tonight, but he's asking if there's more.
Yeah, there's more. I didn't write everything in this book. I couldn't have. And I didn't care to. Just recently, my own son criticized me. First, he criticized me. He said, 35 years you didn't even tell your family. So my answer to that is, why should I tell you? Why should I tell anybody? In fact, I'll put it this way. Why should an extraterrestrial talk to me? I build weapons to destroy him. He shouldn't give me anything. Then, just lately, my own son, I told him there are implants in the extraterrestrial's brain. And he said, now I know why you wrote in the book that you discussed with General Trudeau. Why, what happens, what are we unleashing on the world? If this thing, transistor and the integrated circuit combines with a human brain, are we going to have a race of monsters? He said, well, Phil, I hope that the people come after us recognize the danger, because we really didn't know where this integrated circuit would lead to in the transistor. And he said, but maybe not in our lifetime. And we hope the people come after us recognize the danger. So my son said, you didn't finish that in your book. You knew that it could be done. I told him, yes. He said, why'd you wait till now to say it? Well, tell me why I should have said it before. I'm not obligated to say that. He said, you kept that quiet too. Now I see that you and General Trudeau knew that that was possible to implant these implants in the brain. We saw them under a microscope. Have you ever seen a boat when it gets electrolysis? The electronics jumps from one electronic unit to another, and it makes a thin strand of salt. And every 6 or 8 inches, it has a little bubble. And electricity goes through that on pleasure boats and ruins electronics. It travels over that salt, and it some way it builds up and leaks right to the other electronic instrument. The implants look something like that. Also, there was an implant in the eye. Our probes, our people go in space, send TV pictures back. There was no communication, no such TV on the flying saucer. How did he communicate with his creators? TV pictures went back to them through his eyes, tied in with the nervous system and the spinal system. I discussed this in the thing I just wrote, the nervous system. We know very little about the nervous system. We don't know enough where even scientists can discuss it, how it really operates. We still don't know. We haven't advanced. I tried this out on my doctor, a surgeon. You're right. He said, we don't know enough about the nervous system. So where are we? Where we are, that we missed out on this. This extraterrestrial was the greatest gift given to us. What did we do? Nothing. One autopsy report I saw, one body. What did I do on it? Nothing, when I should have done something. It's a marvelous thing when you see the way the lymphatic system operates. The liquid in there lubricates all our vertebrae. How's it done? He only had one kidney, one lung, because his creators must have decided he doesn't need this for space travel, and they left him out. And even if you read the Sumerian thing in history, the extraterrestrials were experts at DNA. A lot of history writes that they created man. And if you read the Sumerian text, the extraterrestrial is known by the Sumerian as an EGG, I-G-I-G-I. And I interpret that as meaning from one, we make two. From one, two G-I-G-I. And the Sumerians said that they were ferry pilots, is all they were. They were just made to ferry the flying saucer back and forth. Where to, I don't know. Some say the mothership, some say his home base. Other theories are he's a dimensional traveler. He got to know how to withstand the change in dimensions. Possibly true. I've had some good information, talked to some good people about the dimensional and the parallel universe. I think it exists. I think they came through a dimensional gate when they crashed at Roswell. So I know that's going round and round, but these are some of the facts and the question you asked. I can't answer your questions direct because I don't know. So I got to tell you what I know. If you can fit it in, fine. So this is as far as I can go on it. I told you what I know about the body, and I had a hard time lately trying to recollect all I know about it because I read that autopsy report almost 40 years ago. But I think it came out pretty good. At least Jesus thinks I did, and so does Pamela. I showed him the first copy I wrote in my own handwriting. And that EB is a marvelous creation. Not a clone like we talk about. He wasn't created for the future or live forever. He was created for a specific purpose, the pilot of that craft, and to be able to resist and travel in space. Well, I hope I answered you. I don't know if I answered them all, but that's the best I can do for you.
Thank you.
Next question.
My question sort of piggybacks your last statement. We've been working with human health using water and platinum palladium, and I'm quite interested in your comment about the use of water with a perpetual engine for cars. So I think there's a connection there. We've been using the electrolysis using platinum palladium. Has any mention been made in what you know about that and keeping the brain going?
The deeper we examine the UFO alien phenomenon, the more many of you like myself find the details, leaving disturbing evidence. I want to leave you with a news clip which covers an incident that will certainly remind you of something straight out of Hollywood. The fact that this actually is documented from the CIA as not only happening, but quite literally, defines a level of technology of biblical proportion.
He just posted on its website a single-page summary, there it is, of a hostile encounter between the Russian army and a flying saucer that is said to have occurred sometime between 1989 and 1990. So that's when, according to portions of an extensive 250-page KGB file featuring witness testimony and photographs, detail how 25 Soviet troops were practicing training drills when a, quote, low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer, unquote, flew above their base in Siberia. Now, the report states that for unknown reasons, the sighting prompted the men to launch a surface-to-air missile, bringing the craft down.
Wow, this is crazy. So what, in this report, what does it allege the soldiers, what do they do with the aircraft?
I don't think it's what they did with the aircraft. It's what the aircraft or its occupants did with them. So yeah, this is what happened. According to the file, quote, 5 short humanoids with large heads, large black eyes emerged from the wreckage before fusing together into a single object, a spherical shape that emitted a buzzing sound. The report goes on to say the sphere burst into an explosion of white light, leaving 23 of the men, quote, turned into stone poles, unquote, while the remaining 2 that apparently were shielded from the blast by being in the shade escaped unharmed. Now, the bodies of the victims and what was left of the UFO were recovered by the Red Army and taken to a research lab outside Moscow, where it was found that the molecular structure of the men was that of limestone.
What?
So the light that petrified them was a source of energy that officials say is not currently known to humanity.
Whoa. We literally said jaw-dropping at the top of the story. I'm sitting there going, what?
This is a CIA report. We're not making it. This isn't a tabloid, okay?
Okay. So this file that's now declassified by the CIA, I mean, analysts that are looking at this, I mean, it does seem far-fetched, like this is some kind of sci-fi movie. I mean, what do they say about these details?
Right. So in the report, and according to the Independent that reported on the report, an unnamed CIA analyst is quoted as saying, quote, if the KGB file corresponds to reality, well, this is an extremely menacing case. The aliens possess weapons and technology that go beyond all of our assumptions. They can stand up for themselves if attacked. And an ex-CIA agent says if there was an incident, he suspects the actual report doesn't look much like what has come out decades later. You know, perhaps it's been embellished over time. Now, if somebody tried to attack you with a surface-to-air missile, would you retaliate?
I mean, how could you not?
Heck yes!
I mean, yeah, you would. This is crazy.
No, it's crazy.
Turning into limestone, using weapons and lasers that are not even earthly, that are out of this world, literally.
Many of you who are following my channel are aware of the Columbia Booga sphere video that I posted last week. The sphere is still being tested, And for those of you that still may think it's a hoax, then I ask you to think about the cost of the equipment you'll see the research team using in the next clip. Filming a hoax equivalent to a Hollywood set is certainly not impossible, but conversely, would cost a substantial investment for virtually no return.
Lo que te puedo mencionar es que en el análisis químico, que es el punto de partida de esto, es decir, es un análisis que hacemos con un espectrómetro XRF, nos da la composición de metales que tiene esta esfera. Nos dio el 95.5% de aluminio, y lo que yo me esperaba en mediciones de temperatura, mediciones de dureza de ese aluminio, pues era encontrar las características que tienen esos materiales. Sin embargo, me llevo una gran sorpresa, porque al estar monitoreando la temperatura de la esfera, cuando tenemos la temperatura ambiente aquí de 24 grados, 24 y fracción, 24.5, 24.8, la esfera en ciertos momentos nos arroja temperaturas de hasta 33 grados centígrados. Esto es algo que, si yo me pongo a tratar de encontrar por qué pasa eso, obviamente la transferencia de calor que hay de un cuerpo hacia otro siempre va del de mayor temperatura al del menor, a la de menor, ¿verdad? Entonces, aquí nos estamos encontrando que sin haber un factor externo hacia la esfera, esta incrementa su temperatura. Tratamos de tomar mediciones inclusive en el mismo sitio, y también varió. Estamos hablando en el mismo sitio a milímetros, después a centímetros, pero también en las demás zonas, como que llega un momento en el que la esfera se desestabiliza de temperatura y empieza a subir. Y esto es algo que esta esfera no se apega a esas leyes. Sí, tuvimos alteraciones importantes.
La composición y la temperatura de la esfera.
Que no es externo.
Es interno.
Es interno. Algo. algo hay ahí que da como resultado este comportamiento. Este comportamiento es inusual en materiales. Jaime, tengo más de 50 años trabajando en la industria metalmecánica. He tenido conocimientos de metalografía. He estado trabajando hace muchos años atrás en compañías que se dedican a fabricar aceros.
¿Pudiste observar de esta esfera después de estarla analizando durante varias horas?
Mire, lo que analizamos desde que llegamos fue la cuestión, la duda, porque le teníamos la curiosidad. Y nosotros básicamente en el equipo que traemos fue la aleación. Eso es el componente de qué es la esfera, qué tipo de metal era. Cuando empezamos a leer la aleación nos dimos cuenta que en su mayoría era aluminio, con un poco de fierro y algo de níquel.
95% aluminio.
But that's the best I can do for you.
Thank you.
Next question.
My question sort of piggybacks your last statement. We've been working with human health using water and platinum palladium, and I'm quite interested in your comment about the use of water with a perpetual engine for cars. So I think there's a connection there. We've been using the electrolysis using platinum palladium. Has any mention been made in what you know about that and keeping the brain going, which would be very equal to keeping that car engine going?
Yeah. Is this the car?
Yeah, the car that runs on water.
Yeah.
She wants to know how to do it perpetually.
I'll tell you what we did. Harry Diamond Lab in Adelphia, north of Washington, D.C. made that. I had a photograph of it over in my bag today. I wish I'd have brought it over so I could show it to you. I showed it to Senator Glenn. He had to have that photo. That was what we called fluid hydrodynamics. What we did at Adelphia, we took an integrated circuit, and it was carved out, and in it, in the circuit, we inserted fluid, water, and it ran. It was a pattern, was the electrical integrated circuit. And they made it at Adelphia, and it actually ran. And as I say, I have a picture of it right over in the house here. I had to give Senator Glenn that. So it was a reality, and I told Senator Glenn when he took the picture, Senator, why don't you go up to Adelphia? They might still have it up there. That's north of Washington. It was just a little cart, but it ran on water.
I just want to say it's very nice to meet somebody who's actually had experience in the past by witnessing aliens that have either been deceased or have been still alive, kept in like certain tanks. My question is, before you retired out of the military, have you ever experienced anything like the place is called Area 51 and a special alien underground base called, the place was probably called Groom Lake, Nevada. Also in relation to, as most of the time the earthquakes in California have been happening, have been in relation to the hovercraft that's been mostly traveling over states that's been causing the tremors for the earthquakes.
He asked you about Area 51 again. He doesn't realize you already covered it. And he then asked about hovercrafts over California. Do they have an effect on causing earthquakes?
No, I don't believe that they have any effect on earthquakes. Now, I've been asked about Area 51 a few times tonight. The reports on Area 51 are out of proportion to what really goes on there. In fact, tonight when we were in supper, I was asked a question which you should know. The installation that you should ask me about is the one at Alice Springs in Australia. We have an installation there. And it's there because that is one of the lowest gravity areas in the world. What are we doing there? Missiles and aircraft. What are we doing at Area 51? The stealth, the B-2. Yes, there's some secrets on the B-2. A friend of mine, editor of Aerospace Magazine, wrote a book on it, is a pilot on the B-2. And I asked him one day, what's up in the front of that? The way the B-2 is at low speeds, it couldn't possibly stay in the air. There's something up in the leading edge that holds it up. And that's why it cost $1 billion to build one of them. The stealth, yes, it's almost radar proof. That is not unusual in this age. Composites do exactly the same thing. My son builds aircrafts which are composite. And he was approached not too long ago by the government people because 2 of these aircraft made a composite, ended up in Mexico. And you know what they're doing? They're flying dope around and the radars can't pick them up. 5,000 feet in the air, you can't even see them anymore. And they came to him as an extra gas tank in the back. And of course he told them that's not unusual. If they fly across the ocean, they put extra gas tanks in. So the stealth technology is not unusual. You see the movies that make it appear unusual, but it isn't. The only craft that's really unusual is the B-2. The configuration of the B-2, it shouldn't fly, but it does. Because there's something in it that keeps it up. And it has to be an anti-gravity device.
All I've known is that they've been creating a lot of black hovercraft, like that's related to the government. Pretty much like the bomb.
No, hovercraft cannot create an earthquake. Now, when I came back from Italy, there were some scientists over there, and the UFO came over and they let some rays down, and they analyzed the ground where this ray hit. And I sent it to my scientist friend down in Austin, Texas. I told him he should read that. It had effects on the ground where the rays came out. It hovered in the air, but it didn't cause any damage or earthquakes. Those rays coming out, if you notice a lot of these UFOs, the colors change. That's because the finger control of the aircraft, of the EV, the extraterrestrial entity, comes out in different frequencies. Different frequencies of white turn the colors. That's their propulsion system. It's not that like you read in the papers, the ray came down and turned over a car or picked up a human. I never knew of anything like that. I hope it's right. And I hope someday we advance to that art, but I don't think so. In fact, I tell a little tale about the chapel my soldiers built at Red Canyon disappeared. I figured, did they take it and condense the atoms? You see, we're not that far advanced yet. You're talking of a lot of things that they're conjecture and possibly in the future. And I'd like to see things like that happen, but I don't think so today. I never know of any, and say at the time when I was in charge, we never worked on anything like that. The only rays we worked on were really the laser. We perfected that. So that's the best I can do for you. You're getting into the future. Maybe Spielberg would give you, he puts that in his movies.
Yeah, thank you. I just seen a show on sightings that talked about the black UFO hovercraft going over states and being in relation to why the earthquakes happen. But I didn't know if that was really accurate or inaccurate.
Well, if you talk about hovercraft, one of the most fascinating hovercraft that I know about, I just mentioned it, the Foo Fighter. It did exactly that. electromagnetically hovered in the air, radio controlled. It chased our bombers. And it hovered. Maybe a lot of these are helicopters. Hovering, yes, we had a toy that the toy store put out. It hovered in the air, and then they took it off of the market. And the Germans had something that would hover, reverse spin of the propellers, opposite spin. That's what the Wankel engine was invented for. You know about the Wankel engine? It was in one of the cars, one of the automobiles had it. The Germans invented that for hovercraft. They wanted to use them during the war. Now, the best hovercraft we have are our helicopters. And I can tell you a story about that. I was given the mission when I was in R&D to check our helicopters. I went down to Texas to look them over for combat. I came up with a recommendation that was not good for combat. It was too fragile a platform, too vulnerable against a major opponent. And of course, I was overruled. So we used them in Vietnam. We used them in Korea, but only as ambulances to transport wounded and such. Worked very well. In Vietnam, we started to use the helicopters in combat. It's a very flimsy platform, unstable. When the pilot is always pulling to the right, it always pulls to the right, and he has to always bring it back. They put rocket pods on, they fail. I was up St. Augustine one day when I was still in the Army, and they put Gatling gun on the helicopter. I told them, what are you going to do, kill the pilot? The Gatling gun, you can't muzzle brake it. They tried it, they fired it, it caved the whole side of the helicopter in. And then when I objected to using the helicopter in combat, you can't give a pilot any protection. Naturally, I was overruled. The first year in the war in Vietnam, we lost 3,000 helicopters. That figure's never been made public. Every year after that, we lost almost 3,000. That helicopter is not built for combat. You can't withstand a major opponent with the type of guns and missiles we have today. I worked on the TOW missile. I even was the first one that brought out, of all things, I had a Swiss film. From that film, we developed spent uranium warheads. It went through 7 inches of armor, 20-millimeter warhead, made out of spent uranium. It sparkled like a sparkler on Halloween, on 4th of July. It went through. So a helicopter up against weapons of that type is like shooting sitting ducks. And it was proven in Vietnam. I think the figure reads in Vietnam that we lost something like 15 or 16,000 helicopters. Just imagine how many men were in there.
Next question. Oh, hi.
Hi. Hey, Colonel, it was so nice meeting you in Florida, and it's really a pleasure to see you again. My question is about the laser you described that cuts in between the cells. That also describes the kind of incisions made in the cattle mutilations. Do you know anything about the cattle mutilations and also the crop circle phenomenon?
Yes.
Asking about the laser that cuts through the cells, very similar to the cattle mutilations, if you could speak to that, and also the crop circles.
Yeah. Have you heard me talk before?
Excuse me?
It's my sister.
Yeah. I know. That's why I asked her that.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell the people about that. The cattle, I know Linda House, who specialized in the cattle mutilations, the crop circles, and other things of that type. The cattle mutilations are something that we have to think about. They took mostly sex organs, which are nearest to the human. And the big mystery is, what did they do with them? I think we know, but we guessed. Why was there no blood? The extraterrestrial has no blood. Are they experimenting? I don't know. There's a reason for it, though, which we don't know. The laser cutter, I had one. I didn't know what I had, and for a long time I couldn't activate it. 3 laser beams came out. One cut, the other seared, and the one in the middle repelled it made any cells in the body, it repelled them. It didn't cut through cells. So that meant the wound was very fine. And now I'll tell the audience one thing that I learned not too long ago. Dr. Rowe, who was my doctor and operated on my stomach, he was telling me a story one day. He said, in the 1960s, 5 American doctors went to Russia. They took them to a hospital where they were operating, and they had an instrument that was going to remove a lung or something. So the doctors moved back, said this blood will splatter all over.
They can't hear you back there.
Yeah. And the Russian doctor said, oh no, there won't be any blood. So they used an instrument that they went through, cut this thing they were cutting out, part of the lung, and it sealed also, and no blood came out, spilled. The doctors wanted the instrument, and his commissar came up and said no. Gave him a story where they got it, which was not true. One of the countries wasn't advanced enough for anything like that. So these doctors went out to one of these shops that sold medical supplies, and they saw one of these, and they brought it to the United States. The Russians sued. The American judge turned them down, so it's being used now. And my doctor, Dr. Rose, said, in fact, Phil, I used that on you. That's how I sealed cut and sealed your stomach. So now I told him, well, you get me one of those things so when I give a lecture, I can show it to people. We're using it now. And that was something like some of the things I had that I didn't know how they worked, really. And these doctors were surprised at such an instrument. Where did the Russians get it? We think they got it from one of their crashes, because there was crashes in Russia too. Now, one thing I never told anyone, the German scientist told me, and this friend of mine found in the book when he went to Russia to talk to KGB general, I gave him a list of questions. He came back, he said he showed the general the questions. He said, I know what you want. And this is in the book, in the photographs. And this general, KGB general said, I know what you want, but what do you want? You want me killed? He said, they'll kill me if I give you this information. I had information even from the Germans that there was a similar unit like we had. One of the enemies of our unit was the shadow government. They didn't like the military, they had destroyed our organization. The German scientists that perfected some of these things didn't like the Nazis, so they didn't give it to them. Same in Russia. I had an approach from the astronaut Popovich, the woman. There was a similar unit in Russia. Didn't trust the communists and had the UFOs. One UFO flew 14 seconds over the base at Bukhanar, the cosmodrome in Russia. All the towers fell apart. The nuclear binding on all the rivets and welds came apart. The cosmodrome was shut down for 2 weeks. It must have been electromagnetism, and like Wilbur Smith told me, it destroyed the nuclear binding. And so that's some of the areas that things that happen. This instrument that I had, I talked to doctors about that, and I sent it to Fort Monmouth, which was our electronic labs. I think that it was a surgical instrument. And I think that's what they used. Now, we can't duplicate the cuts that were made in those mutilations. We'd have to use an apparatus that was too big and clumsy and heavy to even begin to cut the way they cut it. Those surgical cuts were beautifully made, and they were sealed, they seared. That was done by a laser cutter. It had to be.
Any idea what they were using the cow genitals for? What kind of research they might be doing?
What were they using the reproductive organs from the cows for? Any idea?
Well, this is my opinion. I discussed it with some of my friends in the military. I think that the master race is sort of a deterioration. Because remember, the Sumerians, 4000 BC, talk about their super race. Well, I do like Pavarotti. I hold a handkerchief. And I think that they're studying these. Not only do they cut out sections, but they cut out eyes also and other tissue like that. I think maybe there's been a deterioration in the sick. Now, I write about in this thing I'm just making on the extraterrestrial that the extraterrestrial has no sex organs. His creator decided he doesn't need them in space. They don't propagate like we do. There's no, like said, go out and multiply. They don't multiply by like humans do with sex. Also, in space, it's a distraction. And my daughter agreed with that. So the EB doesn't need any sex organs for his mission. Just like he doesn't need ears and eyes and a nose. He only needs one lung. We have 2 kidneys. He only has 1. So when the creators created them, they knew DNA well enough to leave out the organs that wouldn't tax the brain or weren't needed. And my studies on what I knew, this is true. That's what they did. Now we should study that. What did they leave out? That means it can be, in cloning, it can be left out of a human. But then also, he doesn't eat, no food aboard, no water aboard, no toilet facilities aboard. He doesn't live like on Earth. Even our deep sea fish adopt their environment. So he adopts his environment, which is electromagnetism. So this is what we know about the sex organs. I think they're studying those for their purposes, not to clone, but the creators. I think they need something like that. Of course, we don't know now. And people have asked me where'd they come from. I told them, geez, I wish I knew. We had no idea. Who were they?
And the crop circles?
We didn't know. The crop circles, I discussed this with Linda Howes. She wanted to know what I thought the crop circles were. I told them what I think they are, they're messages to us. I told them if some wise, intelligent scientist someday duplicates those and puts them in an integrated circuit, which the integrated circuit look like some of them, we will get a message. That is my opinion. The fakers that fake circles, they're just like our debunkers here. They're smart Alex that go out to do that. But some of those circles are real. They were put down there by UFO. Are they sending us a message? I think they are. What is the message? And I talked about the organized radio signals coming from space. They were real. NSA picked them up. But we never were able to decode the message. SETI was trying to get space messages. They never got any. In fact, I think some of these messages and organized messages are the creators or their masters communicating with globe number 1 of the extraterrestrial. We pick them up, but we can't decode them. And NASA's in the decoding business. NSA, I mean. So that's my answer to what they're doing with the crop circles and the mutilations. They're real, it happens. They're doing it. And they're taking them back. Where, I don't know. Maybe they have a mothership someplace. Maybe they have a base on the moon or Mars. I think they do.
Next question.
Colonel, I'd like to know about the debris from the wreckage. It wouldn't make sense to me that they would just study it for a couple of years and then kind of just box it away. Are they still studying it today, and where is it? Where is the debris from the spaceship that went down, the metal, everything that they picked up? Where is it stored, and are they doing studies today? I understand that you retired over about 35 years ago, but I'd still like to know if you know what's going on with the technology and the R&D on it today.
Let me tell you something that happened, partial answer on that. I was at Kirkland Air Force Base, book signing on my book. And then we went to the post exchange on the base. And I was sitting at this table, it was low like this. So a colonel walks up to me in uniform, and he kneels down in front of me, and he says, "Everything that you wrote is true." And then he got up and left. And this was on the base, Kirkland. You know, the B-2s and things are based out there and so on. Then a lieutenant colonel came up, and he said the same thing, and he left. Then a captain came up, and he said, "I'm a pilot of a B-2. What you say in the book is true." Then I got a lieutenant came up. 4 officers, within a half hour, came up at Kirkland Air Force to tell me that what was in the book was true. And then the young fellow came up to the table. He was looking at the book. And I asked him, "Who are you, son? You in the Air Force?" He said, "Yes, sir, I'm an airman, private." I told him, "You going to buy the book?" He said, "Well, I'd like to." I told him, "Look, son, I remember when I was a corporal and a private, I didn't have $2 in my pocket sometime to buy anything. The book's yours, take it." Oh, the boy was happy. And he walked out with a book. So, I say 5 people like that came. And then when I was signing the bookstore in Albuquerque, I had a strange thing happen. There was when I got there was about 200 people. In fact, I signed books till 11:30 at night in the bookstore. And while I was signing the book, an old woman come up, nicely dressed, and real neat, nice looking woman, but she must have been in her 70s at least. She came up and she walked up to the table. She didn't get in the line. And she leaned over and said, "Colonel, I got up on my sick bed. I had to come here and shake hands with you." So I reached up and hugged her. And all the audience clapped. And then I wrote to Simon & Schuster and told me, "Get the name of that woman. I want to know who she is so I can write to her." Well, they never did. I lost track of her. But that poor woman, she said she was so interested that she got out of her sick bed to come up there. And then I had some people with young children, about 8 or 9 years old, waiting there. And I figured, why are they waiting here all this time? When the line ended, they were waiting so that the young boys could come up and talk to me. And they waited about 3 hours for that. So this was some of the interest on the book signings. But the biggest thing there was these 4 officers that came up to me and made it a point to come up to me. Now, if it's being hidden or not talked about, they endangered themselves. They could cause them trouble. But they had to tell me this. And I think I know what's in the B-2. Also, it cost $1 billion to build one. That's why it's so expensive. It couldn't fly on its configuration. So somewhere, like Obert said, we've been helped. Some is still going on. But a lot of research you'd think it would be gone. One day I was talking to the general and something came up. He said, Phil, somebody has surely thought of this. Maybe so, General, but every time I search, and we say this, I search around, I find out nobody's thought of it. And it happened on just what he said. So we surmise that somebody must be working on this. My experience is when you look around, in many cases, that there's nobody working on it. We should be, though. That's why I say this new science. We should create a new science, start from scratch. Not take an airplane and turn it into a spacecraft. You can't do that. It won't work.
Next question.
It's me, Colonel. How are you holding up?
Pretty good. As long as the audience holds up.
What?
I will.
Can I put this down?
I won't leave these people as long as they want to ask me questions.
I think they're running out of gas because they've had a big day and they're going to have a big day tomorrow. I would like to start out by publicly.
I'll be back because today I looked out there.
So will I.
And your people tried to get me to go through those tunnels out there. They even made me climb a ladder, thinking I'd go over the wall there.
Well, the next time you go, you won't be able to climb on top. You have to get in with blindfolds.
I saw all of you in the field out there, and I told the young man I was with, I told him, this reminds me of my soldiers. Only thing, I told them, these people are doing it voluntarily, and a lot of those soldiers, I had to force them to do it. I saw you all going through there. And this thing about, finding the blindfold and finding, that's true. I've had many experiences with, I say, what the mind can do. In fact, I'll tell you a little story how powerful the mind can be. I wrote speeches for Dr. Mayo, Charles Mayo. He was delegate at the United Nations on confessions and bacteriological warfare. And I wrote a speech on the atrocities. So Dr. Mayo gave the speech and he called me. He said, what'd you do to me? You handed me this speech. Now, I've had 3,000 requests for 3,000 speaking engagements in every newspaper. You get up here and tell me what I said. So I had to go up there. And then they called him to appear in front of a panel, which was going to work to maybe punish these boys for confessing. So Dr. Mayo said, why call me? Call the man down there who wrote the speech and did the research. So they called me. I went over to the Pentagon, and there's an elite delegation there. Admirals, generals, human resources, professors, PhDs. So I get up on the podium, and the Air Force had given me 90 prisoners, and I was responsible in Korea for this. So, and I'll show you how the mind works. So I got up to that audience and I said, I wouldn't take the prosecution job for any amount of money, but I'd take the defense free of charge, because I would try to indict every one of you in this room. You're responsible. You should have known better what the communists would do to these kids, and you didn't teach them. Now, who are you going to punish? You or them?
Colonel? Daisy, you want to ask your question? You're leaving your hostess standing.
Yeah, but I'm going to answer our question on mind control.
Oh, mind control.
Yeah.
Is that what we're getting to here?
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. So during the course of compiling all this, when I talk to these people, officers, chaplains, and soldiers and all, that were prisoners, told me that and they were mistreated and all, that when a soldier could will himself to death, when he'd give up, they said if they couldn't get to him, he would lean against the wall, fall, and they could almost name the second he was going to die. He'd will himself to death. And this happened over and over. If they could get to him, they'd try to bring him out of it. they killed themselves with their mind. Now, this actually happened in the prison camps in North Korea. And reliable men, the soldiers themselves who were present, told me this. So I'm telling you this to see what the mind can do. And say, that's extreme. And I was telling her that. So that's the question, the way you have to discipline your minds and what you can do. Because you can do a lot with your mind.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to begin by saying thank you very much for coming. And I already tonight at dinner told you that there are how many billions of people in the world, and that every one of those people have divinity in them, and every one of them have an opportunity to do something great in their life. Unfortunately, very, very few of them ever hear the drum and get up and go beyond their little box and do something wonderful to try to help the world. And I think that your work in writing this book and being so forthcoming, you are one of those individuals that has been preserved, has had an enormous amount of experience, and for the reason that you could share it to the world to help relieve people of this stupid guilt that they feel when their government tells them they don't know what they're talking about and they're not really seeing what they're seeing is a sort of a nasty intimidation that people get when they do experience extraordinary. And I feel that you have been given a wonderful life and been exposed to many things so that you could help come out and be one of the many that would say to people, yes, these things really do exist, even though your government since 1947 has been lying to you, and they have. I don't care how you color it, they have. And finally allowing people the freedom to think beyond the boundaries of their own need to survive and their own self-interest. So I want to thank you for your life and for the book that you wrote and for the books that are going to be forthcoming, and your ability to come to people like us and to see, you're not teaching us anything new, Colonel. What you're doing is you're verifying levels of our own experience. So with that, I'm very happy that you came and certainly do want you back. Now, I have a couple of things I want to say to you. It's so interesting about the conversation we're going to begin with tonight about cattle mutilations that was brought up tonight at the dinner table and was also brought up again tonight here. And I found it intriguing, your reply, that that perhaps those creators were taking the sex organs of cattle and of horses, and they were taking part of their lip, their ear, their eye, and I found your answer to be very broad-minded, that maybe they were actually creating from those animals their bodies to be able to live here, a new being. So I just have a cute little thing I want to say about that. If these are the same people that created the EBEs for space travel, certainly have the ability to manipulate the DNA, I don't think that they would really have to mutilate cattle and horses to get their sex organs to create a new being, since they already are creating beings in their own image anyway. And so I feel that maybe there's another side to this. Maybe our consciousness, at least here in the West, is so sexually oriented on one level, that maybe they think that in order to come here and to live amongst us, that they've got to have the attitude that a lot of people have, and that is, well, Jesus, if you're going to be Superman, I guess you could borrow a little from a bull, and if you were going to be hung like a horse, and maybe they got us all wrong. Maybe they don't really have to look like that or be like that, and maybe that's part of our own fault of the kind of information and messages that we're sending out. If they have to create a being that is made from animal parts in order to exist here, that may be a very sad commentary on who we are consciously as conscious beings. Now, the other thing I want to say to you is that I myself have experienced UFOs since I can remember, and I've written about them. And I've had tremendous experiences with them all through my life. Since Ramtha has been in my life, I've had several more experiences, and there have been people that have witnessed those craft coming overhead when he said they would come overhead, and some of them are in this audience tonight. And I find that my frustration with the government, I don't think, and it's difficult for me to accept that our government is so disorganized and it was all about funding, that they would perpetrate a very well-organized cover-up that's lasted all of these years. And that even up to modern day, when people are having sightings, for example, the UFO flap that happened in Mexico, at the solar eclipse. It was recorded by thousands of people, and yet no one in this government wanted to comment on what that was that all those people were seeing, because you see, forever, including myself, this was always swamp gas, or it was a ball lightning, or it was a weather balloon, and I am ashamed of this government in many ways. I'm ashamed because there are people like myself and many people in this audience who have had the experience of extraordinary life beings that this government has intimidated, harassed, and made their lives miserable, and in many cases, those people have disappeared. So I sort of take issue with this, and I take issue because I have been one of those people, and no one is ever going to tell me that my experiences were in my mind and that I didn't really see those, because I did see them, as well as many people here. And I suppose what this comes down to is, and what I was saying to you earlier, is that I feel that the government has disenfranchised its citizenry. And I feel like that it has because I know that they know more. I have a difficult time accepting that this was all about budgets. Being disenfranchised by our own government, who has another agenda, and not allowing the people to know the truth. To know the truth. Can't be that hard. I feel that the experiences that you had were so wonderful and so rich and so much insight. But I also feel that from the time that you went out of the loop, I think that there is a lot that's gone on. And if UFOs, if one faction of them come through corridors, dimensional corridors, low gravity areas, that those that came in were not just exclusive in your lifetime or at those particular times you were working on it. I think that they do it all of the time, and they're appearing everywhere. And I suppose where I'm going with this is that it would be, and maybe this will happen because of your work, that since you were there and you knew all of the answers, I dare say there have been a lot more incidences since you knew. And I would hope that by virtue of who you are, that it will start opening the floodgate so that the government, by the people and for the people, that this government will finally come out and say, look, we're sorry that we've made you feel so stupid. And we're sorry that we've kept you in a 12-year-old mentality, and we're sorry we harassed you. But in fact, what you've seen is really the truth. And yes, we know there's bases on the moon, and we know that they're flying around in our atmosphere, and hey, we were afraid to tell you because we really don't know what to do about it. I mean, at least that would be impeccable, and it would have integrity to it. And I disagree with you, Colonel, and I disagree because you're right. I never was in the loop, per se, and I didn't have access to documents like you do. And I can't espouse all of the people of importance that you've espoused, but I do have a heavy on my side. And I can tell you that I disagree. I know that there are bases. There are bases in the ocean. There are bases in this country. I know, and I know that our government knows that. And I know that the Europeans know that. And I know that the Russians know that. It doesn't matter what nationality. I know that they're here. And what we don't know is this a pact to improve our world? Like you said, the EB said to you, turn off your radar, and you said, why? What's in it for me? And a new world? Well, I think that maybe what is about to happen is that that's exactly what's going to go on. And I think it would be difficult to bring about a new world without a new consciousness. So I know, and I know that from a place that would be very hard to tell you, but I know that those bases are here. I also know that there have been many people abducted by whoever's doing the abductions, that they also have implants in them. Because my teacher told me that a long time ago, and I'll believe him above anybody else. Now, I hope and desire that while you're out there and you're making this a little bit better to swallow for people, that a lot more of that information will come to you, and perhaps through you, that you can add that knowledge to groups like us, that there is now a current base of technology that we now have. And I now know that we are working on this, and now I know that we do have bases, and now I know that there are aliens walking amongst us. I've been accused of being one myself, you could say. And I think that, and I hope and desire that that manifests for you, because to sit up there and to say, I don't believe it, I never saw it, I didn't know it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I also want to share with the audience, and thanks to you, on those 2 chapters you sent me that you had written many years ago that I got to read, because they confirmed some things that Ramtha said. And I don't know how many people were here when he did the teaching in this arena called Raiders from Above. I don't know. You guys raise your hands. How many of you remember that cloud that stayed over the arena all day long? It didn't go anywhere, and it was the only place there was a cloud. Well, in that talk, he was describing to us these aliens, and he was describing their craft. And one of the things that he said was marvelous, was that some of these have, their craft is actually an extension of their body. It is a part of their body. And that they guide these crafts with their minds. I don't know how many of you remember that. They guide it with their mind. There is no steering wheel. There is no joystick. It's all done through the mind. that it's actually one living organism. They're alive. Now, I'd never heard that and read that since until you verified that in that document. Now, second thing that you verified is that Ramtha's always taught us that we are surrounded by an electromagnetic field, and that really the whole Earth is surrounded by an electromagnetic field. So we could then deduce from that the smallest organisms here also have their electromagnetic field. So in a way, it is important for us as human beings to have that field, because we too would not be able to function without it, because it is integral to the mind that we have. And he taught us that there is a state of mind called analogical mind. And what happens when we reach analogical mind, the bubble of the field that is around us, starts to turn in opposite directions. And as it turns in opposite directions, there is a point of no time, no space, in which we, the human being, are then caught up. Our field changes. He also taught us that the masters who have lived here, who were able to levitate, and that's not just rumor or myth, I mean, it's documented. They have been witnessed, especially in Buddhist temples, that the way that they create the sense of levitation is an anti-gravity field. And what they've actually done is that they have turned the wheel within a wheel around their own body and created an anti-gravity field. And they're actually floating inside of that. Now, this is common knowledge to this school, and it's one of the things that we work upon. And the only way that we're going to have to be able to move from this point to the other side of the moon is when we develop that faculty. And the moment we do, then we will appear on the other side of the moon, just like Van Neumann did, working on the Philadelphia experiment, working with the magnets or the field monitors that allowed that ship to disappear here and then reappear over here. You verified that the UFO that you had knowledge of, not only was it an extension of the EVs who used it from their mind, but also that the UFO itself had around it the same fields that we work on here in the school, and that it is a wheel within a wheel with a center core that is timeless and spaceless. So you verified something that no one else has ever verified, and for that I am eternally grateful, because it only goes to prove another point for Ramtha. He knows what he's talking about. And furthermore, even if our government, in which I believe Bob Lazar, when he talks about the UFOs that he encountered at Area 51, the Groom Lake area. I believe him, because I've looked at him and I've watched him speak, and I know he's telling the truth. I agree that we have the craft, but I don't agree, and I agree with you, that there's no one here, not even in the US military or the industrial military complex or the secret government, that could even fly the craft that these EVs flew. And why? Because if they have an extra lobe in their brain, that brain was created only as the guidance system and the manipulation system of that craft. Anyone that I know outside of the school that would get into one of those EV crafts and put that headband on and they say, now fly this ship, if they can make it taking off from this end of the field to the other end of the field, maybe they can do it. Because it's going to mean that those people are human beings that got to have an extraordinary focus, that their mind is on the business at hand. And I don't think that there's anybody in this country that has a brain that's that good that could fly those craft anyway. Hopefully, one day, when we get used to going back and forth on this field and we can guide our own body, then maybe we can guide one of those UFOs. I have wanted to say this and express my feelings because I have had these interactions. And my heart has always gone out to the people in wherever across this country, families that see these extraordinary machines, and then to have their government rebuke them and make fun of them and send disinformation out about them. So I just had to voice that tonight, and in a way, in a great way, you're going to help open the mind and get people to say, wow, I'm not crazy. I did see what I saw, and hopefully one day soon the government will be forthcoming, and to thank you for verifying some things that needed to be verified. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being such a great audience tonight. And thank you, Colonel.
I think they want you back.
Colonel Philip Corso died on July 16, 1998, in Jupiter, Florida, from a heart attack. His book, A Day After Roswell, appeared on the New York Times bestsellers list for several weeks after it was published, and received both favorable and unfavorable reviews. I leave you now with some more detailed analysis of the Colombian Boogosphere.
95 varía, 95, 97 es normal, pero sí, regularmente un estándar es de 95 96% de aluminio, es correcto. Y después de checar el aluminio, nos vino la pregunta, después de ver de dónde provenía la esfera, nos vino la pregunta para analizar, a ver, vamos a ver a qué tipo de aluminio es, porque en la industria de aluminio hay muchos tipos de aluminio. Entonces checamos la dureza. Al checar la dureza, al principio nos empezó a arrojar niveles de 280, 270, y llegó ocasiones en la medición que llegó hasta 332, 333. Entonces cuando analizamos, vemos, ok, vamos a ver qué tipo de aluminio es. O sea, el aluminio aeroespacial, que es el duraluminio, creo que le llaman por ahí, pues el máximo está teniendo 170, 140, 170, y esto duplicaba, o sea, el nivel de dureza. Después de esa prueba, con el ingeniero David, pusimos la prueba por la cuestión de que vimos que tenía 1.8 de hierro, checamos el magnetismo. Después de checar el magnetismo, de verificar el magnetismo con los equipos que traemos, analizamos que esté un movimiento, lógico, porque trae algo de fierro, y es normal, es natural. Entonces después volvemos a checar la dureza y a checar la temperatura, y nos percatamos que la dureza empezó a bajar considerablemente. Empezamos a tener mediciones de 120, de repente de 70, y la más mínima que llegamos a tener en la lectura fue de 33.
¿Cómo se explica eso?
No hay explicación. No hay explicación, porque para que tú tengas un nivel de dureza y para que tú puedas modificar la dureza de un metal, debe llevar temperaturas o tratamientos térmicos. Eso es lo más básico en cualquier metal. Pero no puedes tener un nivel de dureza que se incremente y descienda tanto sin ningún tratamiento térmico. Y cuando me refiero a tratamientos térmicos, son tratamientos a altas temperaturas. O sea, no a temperaturas medio ambiente. Puede haber una correlación a temperaturas del medio ambiente, pero es mínima, o sea, es mínima, no sobre 200 puntos de diferencia, que eso es algo extraordinario. Y también cuando empezamos a validar la temperatura nos manda un rango de hasta 9 dígitos de diferencia. Se está monitoreando la temperatura ambiente, que estamos en 24 grados promedio, y la esfera llegó a tener una medición de 33 grados.
¿Qué debemos hacer entonces?
Seguir investigando. seguir, yo creo que aquí lo importante es, como decía el ingeniero David, es seguir el patrón, seguir validando todos los días, seguir checando temperaturas, ver a niveles de alturas, niveles de altura del mar, no sé, campos energéticos, ver cómo se va comportando en diferentes lugares. Eso sería muy importante. También, no mencionó el ingeniero David, pero se checó la radiofrecuencia. y en la radiofrecuencia en la mañana se emitía una frecuencia. Después salimos a un descanso, un break. Cuando regresamos dejó de emitir esa frecuencia. Es otro dato importante. Y está validado ante las cámaras.
O sea, hace cosas que luego deja de hacer.
Es correcto.
Al revés.
Es correcto. Emite frecuencias y de repente las deja de hacer. Tiene dureza, lo deja de tener. Temperaturas altas, deja de tenerlas. O sea, es muy variante. Para mi gusto tiene, no se puede decir que vida, pero tiene una autonomía. Algo hace autónoma que se esté modificando esta esfera.